This meeting to order. My name is Joe McGiverin. I chair the Holyoke City Council's Finance Committee. Members of the committee present in chambers. To my right, Councilor Tallman. To my left, Councilor Jordan, followed by Councilor Pueblo. We will be joining shortly by Zoom by Councilor Juan Anderson Burgos. At that point, we will be considered hybrid, and we will make the we can make that motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to take a roll call vote that for the purpose of this meeting would be applicable to all motions to remove an item from the table, place items on the table, package items, or suspend the rules unless there is an objection.
Motion is made and seconded. All those in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? So moved. We will be on the cable access channel live. We will be recorded and Zoomed, and we also will be streaming. With that in mind, this meeting is to order, and item number one.
Also take item number 1 off the table.
Motion made and seconded. We take item number 1 off the table. Item number 1 is introduced under my name for the mayor. A request of a transfer of $24,359 from Energy Gas Electric to financial manager for the library. Off the table for discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. With us is our library director, Maria. Would you like to come in? Anybody that's with you is welcome. Maria, I know you have a seat. Hit the button so there's a green light.
Now it's bright.
There you go. And we know you told us you'd be back during the budget hearings, and the mayor didn't believe you, but I guess you convinced the mayor. So would you like to, one, explain where the money's coming from, why it's a surplus, and two, what the purpose of the financial manager is and what this money will be for, I assume, salary, and how long it will last?
Okay, so we had a financial manager for the past over 100 years, ever since the library. We had somebody managing the library and somebody that would keep track of the books, the budget books. Last year, or now in June, that position was not funded, which means now the responsibilities will fall on me, and I'm not a bookkeeper, so I need somebody that can keep the books straight. So when we are audited, because I know that the city has your own auditing for the monies that you give, because the library is a private corporation, that we need to have also an auditing for the grants that we receive, any donations, and any other private monies that we have that we use to run the library. Those two things alone takes a lot of expertise, if you say so, because I'm not a bookkeeper, I'm not trained in that position, so I can't be doing that. So I'm trying to do my best to keep some of the bills up to date, but I have other duties at the library that I don't have time to do everything. So I'm trying to, I'm taking monies again from the gas and electric, not that it's a surplus there and I'm gonna have enough. It's never enough. We always end up at the end of the year paying for gas and electric because, again, it's not enough, so we have to pay our bills. So we use grants and the private monies to pay whatever we need from the other line items. The book budget was another one that was cut. For many, many years, the city gave us $15,000 for a book budget. This year, they did not. So those are two line items that were cut from our budget that we've been getting for years. And now, I need that position, and that is in the ordinance. It's a city responsible position. It's the city's responsibility. So I'm taking money from the gas and electric to hire somebody to be able to keep up with the needs of the library in paying bills and keeping everything straight.
Thank you, Maria. And I know Mayor Garcia, I'm looking at it in front of me, has signed off on that. He has to before it comes to us. Mayor Garcia, I believe, is with us via Zoom.
Hey, good evening, councilors.
Mayor, you're always welcome. I don't know if you wanted to weigh in, but.
Yeah, so Maria approached me about this transfer and we talked about it. The reason why it was cut, like most positions that were posted and not I guess what's unique about this one, it's a part-time role. I think it's no more than 19 hours a week.
20.
And, oh, sorry. It's a part-time role. We looked up, whether or not there was a body in this position, and it's a unique one. There was no hours, like there wasn't a lot. There was no payment happening. I don't know if he wasn't doing work at a period of time, but there was an assumption on our end that the position was empty. It's not that it was empty. The person is there, but serving as needed, very, very part-time. And so the position was posted in search for a replacement, and like many positions that weren't filled, I cut in the effort to keep the budget low and balance as much as possible what happened there. But Maria, feels strongly she really needs this. Obviously, we didn't want to be in a position where I had to underfund another line item, the energy line item, but she committed to use alternative resources to cover that gap or that deficit. So with that being said, I said, okay, if this is that much of a need and you really need it and you're willing to commit to that, then I don't mind bringing this forward in front of the council if you guys agree. And that's how we got here.
I think we understand the library has access to alternative resources, Mayor, but I think we need a guarantee that the gas and electric bills will be paid so that ratepayers aren't picking up on it for anything that's in the arrears.
Sorry, Councilor, say that again.
I understand alternative uses. I understand the way the library works. Actually, correct that. I have no clue how the library works. Never have. But Maria, thankfully, comes in and does what she does and does it good and explains it to us. I understand there are other sources of revenue, state monies, the Friends of the Library, and so forth, that certainly Maria has access to. But I just want to make sure we have a guarantee that gas and electric bills will be paid timely, so that the ratepayers of the gas and electric don't have to pick up on anything that's unpaid.
Yeah, so this is the strategy currently, but whether if it's this one or another one, when we're doing our year-end process, we'll make sure that that the utility bills are getting paid before we transition the fiscal year, so it's not an old bill.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan.
Maria, I see the request is for the full amount that you had asked for in the budget, the $24,359. But now that we're September 13th, and conceivably if we pass this and it goes through, we're talking about our October 5th city council meeting. So that means that the first 3 months of the year, the position was unfilled. So my question is, why are we still getting asked for $24,359 if we're only going to pay for 9 months of the position? Shouldn't it be 25% less?
Probably, but at this time is very low what we pay for that position. So that would either guarantee to give the person a few extra pennies more an hour, or we can give more hours, because now the person has to come in and a new person has to come in and kind of learn the procedures that we have in order, like Munis. Let's say if they're not used to working with Munis, they have to learn that piece. So they might need more extra hours to be able to catch up and learn the routine and the whole kind of a job. Not the bookkeeping piece. Somebody that knows bookkeeping is the same in any business, it's the same thing, but it's just what extras have to be done from one business to the next.
Isn't this the same person, though? You've had that person for years now, haven't you?
Yeah. Yes, I do, but he cannot commit to now the 20 hours. He does have another job. Plus, he was already, I guess not long ago, he was appointed to be a board member. We cannot have a board member and a staff at the same time.
Of
It's
course.
either or.
Of course. Okay, so you're looking to fill the position. Okay. So how long do you think the search process is going to go?
as I was told I cannot advertise until there's money in the line item.
Which makes
So as
sense.
soon as the money hits the line item, I'll start advertising.
Okay. And we're paying how much per hour?
I forgot, but it was about 22, I think.
22?
In
And
the
that, your,
22 an hour.
and your intent is to keep it to be about the same? If you
Well,
can get somebody.
It also goes with the experience. I believe
Right.
that I can hire a new person using the minimum in the middle,
Okay,
according to their experience.
Right, of
So,
course.
I can do that. Or if I keep them at the minimum, I can probably give them 25 hours instead of 20, just so they can get
I see.
those extra hours for getting the routine. Where are the things stores in
Mm-hmm.
the different files in the library? Where are they stored? The computer, Munis, and everything else like that, that it might be different from a previous job.
Right. So if the money is unspent though, and you're obviously gonna watch the pennies like we do, if you say it takes you 2 months to fill the job, right? Just because we approve the money on October 5th, don't mean you're gonna be able to fill the job right away, right? It may take you a month or two to onboard somebody, right?
Yep.
So now you're only with a 6-month cycle, so now you may only need 12 or 13,000, right? If 24 was the full year. So you'll turn back the other 12 or 13 to us, right? Whatever's unspent.
We always do.
And we like that.
It's not
I know I do.
It's not good business for us, but we always do.
We're all on the same team. We're all in the same business, right? So it all goes into one pot. So, okay, very good. I supported, you discussed all this at your budget hearing. We talked at length about this, the library book money. Hopefully you'll get the money for the books too, because I think that is a responsibility of us to make that contribution every year. I think we should do the 15,000 too. Presumably there's a different way of doing the budgeting now where they come in with supplementals. And maybe we'll see that down the road, but I'll vote for this, but please, obviously only spend that which you need to get the services that you need, okay?
We always do. We always do, and we don't. I know that. I try to do the budget according to how many days or how many hours a person works, and I go exactly. I don't go 1 hour more or 5 hours more one more day. I always stick with what they are. If it's 20 hours, 52 days, 52 weeks, that's what I ask for. I never ask for anything more. Life happens, and sometimes they have to take more time off than they should, and that's why then if they don't work, they don't get paid. That's why then we end up giving more monies to the city, giving money back. But we don't try to spend, now I have to transfer this $50 to something someplace else. I have never done that. I only do the transfer when it's needed in cases like this.
Now, does this person, because one of the things, actually one quick thing does come to mind, which is we get these requests from other departments, in particular the police. They've asked in the past for a comptroller for their department, right? Because they do a lot of different things. My question is, does your financial manager produce financial reports that are
Every
then
month.
shared? Are they shared with the auditor's office? Because obviously you're under her domain in the overall accounting of how things are going for the budget and all this. So do they share their work product with the auditor's office, or could they?
Not necessarily that way, because the monies that manager is keeping track of are donations that come to the library, grants and things like that.
I see.
That is part of our a full budget. You pay for our employees, as you know.
Of course.
That's it, but that's not the only responsibility the library has. We have contract services for the elevator, for the building, for the HVAC. We have also repairs. We need supplies, and nothing comes from the city. All that is being paid with with the monies that we get from
The trust.
the endowment, the privates,
Yeah.
the endowment, the grants,
Right.
and then the state aid. So the city can see what we have with the state aid, what the city gives us from the annual appropriation, and that's the only piece that you really see, because that's the one that you manage. The other one is what we manage, because we then have to give all that report for IRS. We have to make sure that we do the 990s, being a nonprofit. So we need that piece. And every month, the financial manager does the report to the board.
The only thing I'll say with it is to my knowledge, you don't have any employees that are not city employees, correct?
I have 2 that we pay.
You,
They're not city employees, they're private employees.
private employees, working in our building
And they get paid with private funds, not with the city.
interesting, okay. So, this particular person though, if they're producing a work product that we pay for, I think we would be entitled to see whatever their work
You're
product is.
welcome to see it. I mean, it's in the.
Well, I'm not, Kevin, don't need to see it personally, but I'm just saying as part of the general workflow of how things go, these type of reports, you know, I don't know if the auditor even has an interest, she's here, but it would maybe just be good practice to, if they produce reports on a quarterly basis or however these things are different handled, it might be good to just share those things.
Yeah, we do the monthly reports for the board meeting.
Okay, all right, great. But if somebody wanted to review those, they're available.
Yep, they're
Absolutely.
available if you want to take a look at them.
Okay, thank you, Maria.
Counselor Tomlin.
Yeah, just briefly, thanks, Maria, for coming in and explaining this transfer. I know we spoke on this on occasion before about this. And you stated the money's coming from the energy, the gas, oil, electric. So now at the, let's say, February, March, you're a little bit short. You'll just take money from your
State aid money.
state aid money, so there'll be enough to cover this till the end of the year?
I hope.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, because as we stated, somebody, the G&E to be stuck or the ratepayers to be stuck with a bill that say you're
We
down
might pay
50,000.
late, but we pay our bills.
Yeah, okay. And so you don't know what state aid you got coming in, but hopefully it'll cover whatever is short on that account.
I'm working on the forms that we need to submit to the state for the state aid. I already did one portion. Now we have to do the finance portion.
Oh, this is for me? Okay.
That is what's going to certify us. If we're certified 100%, I'm not too sure how much we're going to get for complying in 2023 with their requirements. But we'll have some money coming in from them as long as we are certified.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question to the auditor, Tanya? With we understand there's a lot of different avenues in the library budget, but when it comes to state aid, and we understand the formula, and the libraries are very special and very important, but the city is still responsible for the accounting of the state aid, correct?
Yes, we actually have a special revenue fund that we put the state aid in.
Okay,
Track.
thank you. See, Mayor Garcia, you have your hand up?
He's still on mute.
Mayor, I think you're still on mute.
There he goes.
Did I do a rookie mistake? I think I did.
What are you, a rookie with Zoom?
I was, to add this discussion of the budget mitigation strategy as far as the library budget's concerned, to comply with the state aid, they have this thing where like you have to average out the last 3 years plus 2.5 in order to get that. And so, how quickly that budget can go up every year if we're not watching that, you know what I mean? So I try to, pump the brakes as much as I can in areas where we can, so that we can stay in line with this, the inflation that happens at the library every year. So that, I challenged the library a lot the last 2 years, but understand that that's why I do it, because I want to put as much controls as possible so that in the grand scheme of everything that we're dealing with in the city of Holyoke, that there's a clear reason why I put this amount of pressure. But certainly we'll make sure that Tanya doesn't let any utility bill go unpaid when we're going into the new fiscal year. And then also we'll revisit the replenishing of that line item for the books, if that's something that we all want to do.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Make a motion to be approved.
Motion has been made and seconded that we approve the request of transfer. We are hybrid, so therefore it's a roll call. Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Puelo? Counselor Anderson Burgos?
He's not here.
He was a minute ago.
His computer bumped him off. He's working on getting back on.
Okay, thank you. Counselor McGivern's a yes. We'll check with Juan when he gets back on. So it passes, and Maria, it'll be to the full city council next Tuesday night, and the clerk should have it by next Wednesday.
You mean October?
Thank you.
No meeting next Tuesday.
Are we meeting next Tuesday?
No, sir. Special meeting.
Hoyok Day, Big E, you remember?
Big E.
Yeah, well, maybe the mayor will put it on a special meeting. I don't know.
Yeah, we have a special meeting Wednesday, yeah, so.
I just wanted to say thank you, but at the same time, when you drive down Maple or Chestnut or that block around the library, I just want you to take a look at and tell me if you notice a difference. We did get a security guard. It's not being paid by the city. I'm not using city money. We hired a security guard, and they've been great at keeping everything in order. And I have one staff that goes out on a regular basis picking up needles and the little containers, colorful containers. So we're trying to do our best to keep that place in good shape, so people, once again, can feel safe to come down to the library. We're doing story time twice a week, I believe, also in the park, just to give people their other uses for the library park than just hanging around doing the wrong thing. So we're trying to improve that block. I can't save the whole city, but I'll do my block, and we'll try to keep the best that we can. So I encourage you to stop by and tell me if you see and notice a difference in the area as it was, let's say, in June.
One block at a time, Maria, that's all we
We'll do
can
that.
do.
That's all, yeah.
But thank you.
Thanks for your work.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Motion to take item number 2 off the table
Second.
for discussion.
Jeff, is Yoni here yet?
He is not.
Okay, thank you. Yoni let me know he's going to be a little bit late this evening, so if we could skip over 2 and go to 3.
Okay, motion to take item number 3 off the table.
Second.
Motion made and seconded that we remove item 3 from the table. Item 3, introduced under my name for the mayor, and request for transfer from assistant CPO purchasing $1,200 into the motor vehicle fuel and weights and measures. On a motion to take off the table, all those in favor, any opposed, so moved. We have this request, I believe it came through the purchasing department, but is it for the sealer and weights?
He's right here. He's here.
Mr. Sealer and weights, sorry.
Come on in. Come on in.
You're always welcome. One of the best presentations we heard at the budget hearings, and
Yeah, amen.
we certainly welcome you on board. How are you
agree.
doing with this new job?
There's a green button.
You got the hot seat. Oh, amen.
Okay, I want to talk to you about my gas station. I don't think it's calibrated yet.
We're getting there.
You're getting.
We're getting there. We have about half of the city done already with gas stations. We have all the pharmacies done already. And we're working on the cannabis facilities as well, including grocery stores, markets, butcher shops, all those kind of things. So, yeah, we're making steady progress every day. Yes, it's going extremely well.
Awesome.
Perfect. And you're the first of Holyoke sealer and weight measures. It's not a department head, but I guess it is.
Well,
that
technically
has
it
had
is,
to
yeah.
take on cannabis. So we're appreciative, but we also understand it's a whole new world out there.
It's a whole new world out there. And believe it or not, it's come to my attention that Holyoke has more cannabis business licenses than any other city or town in the Commonwealth. So, we're very busy.
There's some things we keep secret. Could you explain this transfer? Do you know why there's a surplus in the CPO purchasing line item?
My understanding is when the employee was hired in purchasing, there was some leftover surplus funds for that position, which was available. And my understanding is those are the funds that would be transferred into this line item.
Okay. And it kind of goes without, well, not without saying, but it kind of is obvious, but this is going into motor vehicle fuel?
That's correct.
Okay. And
Yes.
you gas up the vehicle at the city?
I would like to, yes, that's the goal here. So
Okay.
we have approval for the vehicle, but somehow the fuel line item had slipped through the cracks. So here we are.
Okay. Any discussion?
So you use our gas, you're not giving mileage, correct?
Well, I'm using my personal vehicle right now, but the city truck is just arrived, it's available, and I would like to transition into using that, yes.
Yeah, okay. So you've been provided a vehicle, I believe, right?
Yep.
Well, yes, the approval, right, for the city truck, correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But I'm still using my personal vehicle at this time
I see.
and getting reimbursed mileage.
I see.
That's what you're asking.
So this is prospectively then, for when this truck comes,
Correct, yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. So this is for future bills.
Well, it's for now. The truck is available. It's ready. It's at
Ready.
Marcotte. So,
Very good.
yes.
Okay. Motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Motion made second that we adopt and approve the transfer. Is there any further discussion? If not, roll call. Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Powell? Counselor Anderson Burgos is back.
Yes.
Yes. Hey, Juan, we did approve, I think you're on board with it, item number 1. You want to be registered
Absolutely.
as
For the
yes?
library?
Yes.
Yes, that's where my computer completely shut off, right before the vote. So yes, get me down as a yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome back.
Thank you.
Item number 4.
Motion to take item 4 off the table?
Motion made second, we take item 4 off the table for discussion. Introduced under my name for the mayor. This is in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 44A, 44, Section 53A. The City Council hereby accepts the provisions of the 2003 Car Seat Distribution Program, non-monetary and no match. Grant and authorizes the establishment of fund, other method appropriate for the accounting of the receipts, expenditures, and resources associated with the administrative of said grant. Off the table for discussion, all those in favor, any opposed, so moved. We have with us this evening,
Chief.
Chief.
Yes, how you doing?
Hi, Chief. How you doing? Sorry.
Good.
I know this is not the first time we received this grant, but we usually have Maria coming in to tell us what's going on. Could you explain it to us and how we're doing?
Yeah, this year it's a car seat exchange. Basically, when they come in for their car seat checks, if Maria finds any problems with them, she gives them a replacement seat and disposes of the other seat. So basically, if it's too big, too small, damaged, had an accident, whatever, we'll replace it at that point with the seats that were provided.
And this is for Holyoke residents?
It's for anyone. The way it works to the state, anyone can come in and do it.
Any discussion?
Chief, is it that there's like other towns are doing this too?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It'll end up being mostly Holyoke residents. It's just, they'll do big car seat, days where they have people come in and do car seat checks, they do installs, and sometimes they'll do it like more regionally, in the,
I see. So what it is they have like a regional calendar, and Holyoke might have these few days, and Springfield will have these few, and Chicopee and you try to work your schedule to catch one of them. Is that kind of how it works?
yeah, we schedule the ones we want, but sometimes we'll have bigger events that she'll take part in that are part of a bigger event. There'll be people from all over that are part of it. But she's our only installer. So other municipalities will have other installers and they'll have bigger events.
I see. How many a year are we handing out, if you know?
I actually have that in here. I think she did 60 something last year. Let me find it. She did 78 in 22 and 23 to date. We've done, let's check. She did 10 seats distributed in 22 and 11 in 23.
Okay, thank you.
Any, Counselor Tomlin?
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Jordan stole a couple of my questions on me, but when he jumped the gun there on me.
Oh, did I?
It's okay. Thanks, Chief, for doing this, and it's definitely a need in our community. How do you get the word out? Is this something like radio, advertisement, to let people know about this? I know you had it years ago. I just want to know how you get the word out to the community.
I think she does that, and she puts it out through our Facebook page and other social media that we have.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Just so people are aware, because some people may not be on social media or whatever, and not everybody. It might be a way of, I don't know, with the news or something, or radio, to let people know that this is happening. Maybe a week ahead, because I'm sure there's several parents that would really be, looking forward to making sure their car seat's in the right manner, and if it is older, that that it could be exchanged. I think it's a very important thing to do for our citizens.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Motion to be approved?
Second.
Motion made second to approve, recommended be adopted to the full city council. We do a roll call vote. Counselor Tomlin?
Yes.
Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Powell? Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern? Yes. Approves 5-0. That will go to the full city council at some time, Chief.
October.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You guys have a good night.
Want to go back to three?
Oh, he's here?
Yeah. I'd like to go back to item number 2, take it off the table.
Motion made second. We take item 2 off the table, introduce under my name for the mayor. This is in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53A. The City Council accepts the provisions of the FY24 EEA Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program of $192,900. There is a 25% match required. That match is in kind. There is a CPA funds that have already been approved, and we are by accepting, will be authorizing the establishment of fund and or other method appropriate for the accounting of receipts, expenditures, and all resources associated with the administration of said grant. Off the table for discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. With this, we have Yoni Glasgow. Yoni, welcome to Zoom in the City Council meeting.
Thank you, Counselor.
If you could, you've done this a number of times, but we would appreciate if you could walk us through the grant and how the city will use it, and just how that in-kind match works.
Absolutely. So this is a municipal vulnerability preparedness grant. This is a grant program that the Commonwealth started in 2018 for climate resiliency projects. Those can be very broadly applied. In our case, we're going to be looking at this grant. It's going to be used primarily to be designing green infrastructure installations at several sites within Holyoke's Daybrook watershed. This is Holyoke's secret underground stream. You can see the headwaters actually by Scott Tower at Anniversary Hill Park. When Community Field was redone in 2010, they daylighted a portion of it. That's the stream on your left as you park. But down the dingle, as it goes through Elmwood, Oakdale neighborhoods, the stream is put entirely underground. They did it in 1926, and it joins the combined sewer system. So in 2019, my predecessor in PVPC did a preliminary study on sort of what's the character of Daybrook and what are some interventions that would at least reduce some stormwater inputs to the system to reduce incidents of combined sewer overflow. So this grant we got, it's gonna enable us to do full design and permitting for a few sites where we're gonna be removing impervious surface. This will be at our Sullivan School and Holyoke High School. We're gonna be sort of working with the school departments to redesign the parking lots to add things like rain gardens and bioswales, the sort of passive nature-based interventions that will capture the stormwater and allow it to infiltrate in the ground on site instead of all being conveyed into the sewer system. And it's also going to fund some concept level designs elsewhere in the watershed, including a green street. And then part of the funding is also going to go towards a community engagement project with the seventh graders at Sullivan School. This grant program is also about community engagement and teaching. So we're going to work with our engineers who will be hiring to do the design work in Enchanted Circle Theater and actually do teaching artist residency with the students. They're going to learn about all this stuff and do some cool art projects about the importance of keeping the water clean and, you know, nature-based solutions. As mentioned, there is a 25% match for MVP grants, and this will be a combination of in-kind services and so my staff time and other staff will be working on the project. And also CPA funding in the amount of $44,500 that was already approved for acquisition of 3 more parcels associated with Anniversary Hill Park. So as you know, that's an ongoing project to revitalize the park. There's some in-holding parcels that were kind of cut off from the rest of the city when I-91 was put in the early 60s. So our goal is to acquire these parcels with the CPA funding, and that will count as eligible match towards this project as well. So I think I'll leave it at that and happy to answer any questions.
Yoni, as always, you are incredibly thorough, and sometimes you leave us without questions. But you touch base, I think, on something that struck me right away, and that's the, of course, you know, the advantage to doing some of these designs and some of these projects to what happens to where, you know, stormwater and stream water gets into our CSO. And we have our DPW people here tonight. I know they're going to ask if they don't hear me ask it. Do you have any idea how much stormwater, how much stream water you'll be diverting out of the sewer system?
No, I don't have that info quite handy. We did, we worked with Foss and O'Neill, who helps write the application. We'll be working with them for the engineering services. And I think they did run a data analysis, and I just don't have it handy. But we selected these sites because, you know, they're big parking areas. It's a lot of impervious surface. We think it'll make a significant positive impact.
Absolutely, and thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. Yoni, do we have any analysis as to currently how many gallons per day go through the brook? And there, I know 20 years ago, a study was done, and it was about 1 million gallons a day. Do you have any more current analysis?
I don't have any more current analysis for Daybrook. I think the long-term CSO separation plan has that information, and I don't have it off the top of my head or in front of me.
Oh, it's not, okay, not that important. Thank you, Yoni, appreciate it. I make a motion to be approved. There's no other.
Motion made second to be approved, and we recommend adoption to the full city council sometime in October. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Powell? Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes, passes 5-0. Yoni, I think that's it, but thank you. We appreciate your presence and always your thorough explanation.
Motion to take number 5 off the table for discussion.
Motion has been made and second that we take item 5 off the table for discussion. Introduced under my name for the mayor, that there being hereby appropriated by transfer fiscal year 2024, $6,000 from dispatchers, $6,000 into stipends, $6,000. Off the table for discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. I believe we have Chief Pratt with us.
I'm here.
Hi, Chief. How you doing? Could you just, you know the drill here, but could you walk us through, and everybody that's listening, as to why there's a surplus at the moment in dispatchers and what stipends are and how that works, how this works?
Absolutely. Okay, so the surplus in dispatch basically comes from vacant positions. We've been down 3 dispatcher, or we're down 3 currently. I think we've been down at least 2 since the beginning of the fiscal year. So the money was in the dispatch line item. Going to the stipend line item is cover. I had a conversation with the mayor early on. I have an employee that's retiring after, get ready, 40 years with us. And I want to credit that employee and their union for coming to me with this, so that we could develop a plan for transition with this employee and the person that's going to replace him. We have a pretty good plan in place. You know, it's going to take quite a bit of training to get 40 years of institutional knowledge into someone in about 10 months, but there's a bigger picture behind the scene. As we know, we're moving and transitioning with the city to sort of modernize the payroll system as well. So I think it's going to be really important that the person that is in that job when this happens, that they know how our system works. And so we sort of came up with this training plan for this person, and the question became, how do we incentivize the employee to do that training above and beyond what she already does? And through talks with the mayor and the union, it just seemed this was the best option. Overtime was discussed, but I don't think that's really, well, first of all, fiscally, it doesn't make any sense. It would cost a lot more money, probably 4 times as much. And it doesn't really make sense in this case, because we need the employee here doing what they normally do and showing the new person how to do it all. So we felt that the stipend request was reasonable, and we can get this done and really hope to have a real smooth transition when we lose this employee who has been, you know, here for so long and doing what, well, let's face it, everybody cares about their paycheck. So it's a really big job, and it's bigger than that, as you probably know. So I feel like this made the most sense, and the money was there in the surplus in dispatch, as I discussed, due to the shortage in dispatchers, which we're currently trying to fill those as well. We're in the process of doing that, but even if they were to come in tomorrow, we still have the surplus there from the beginning of the fiscal year.
Now, Chief, you know, when you talk about 40-year employees, there are only 3 in the city. And I started 4 years before this particular person started. And the other person, who I won't mention by name, started 2 years before me. But with that in mind, I think I understand what you're trying to do here, and it makes a lot of sense, because she is wonderful, and I don't know how you're going to get everything done without her, because you're not the only person that goes to this person. I know the auditor, the mayors, the city, a lot of people over the years have all contacted this person for a lot of different types of information when it comes to the police department. Stipends are something that are a little bit unique. And has this been cleared through the auditor's office? I know the mayor's on board.
The auditor, I believe so, because the auditor's the one who helped us get to where we are tonight, because I thought we had the line item already, and I guess it was there, but we didn't put any money in it. So then, you know, she is the one who explained it, that we need to come back. And I don't, you know, it's fine. So I know Tanya's here, so I'm sure she can speak to that.
No, I understand. There's just, you know, they're doable, but there's a way to do it and to make it work correctly. Any discussion, any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the transfer.
Motion has made and seconded that we adopt and approve the transfer. Is there any discussion? You good?
I'm good, thank you.
Roll call. Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Powell? Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. Passes 5-0. Chief, hang on. We got another one.
Motion to take on number 6 off the table.
Motion made, second, we take item 6 off the table for discussion and introduce under my name on behalf of the mayor, request a transfer from the Holyoke Police Department line item patrolman, $100,000, incentive Quinn-Bill plan, $100,000, total of $200 into overtime. It's been recommended for adoption, signed off by the mayor and Chief Pratt. Off the table for discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Chief, want to walk us through this one? Why
Sure.
why extra in the patrolmen? And is this good news about the Quinn-Bill is finally starting to dwindle down?
Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way. That's where the extra money was, the Quinn bill from retirement. And as you know, when we do the budget, it's prior to people leaving, so there's a surplus there. The patrolman line item is from vacancies. I know when we started, and I'll get into that as far as where we're at, but we've been running. Our payroll has been running a little higher than usual based on we've had injured on duties right about from the beginning of the fiscal year. We were at 8 and went to 10, and it's held pretty steady there at 10. The academy graduates who just started with us are going to hopefully offer some relief. However, we had 10 in the academy, but only 6 made it through the training. So those 4 that left us, and we had to promote. So there's been patrol vacancies since the beginning of the fiscal year. So that's where the extra money comes from patrol. So that's where we're at. The overtime account is currently down to about 51,000, and this is going to get us through the next couple months. And I'm hoping to see a dip now that the new people are out, once they're trained, and start making an impact on the shifts, help bring that number down.
Chief, when you say down, can you remind us what it was running out during the high period, the summer months, like with the vacations? What were
Right
you
now,
running?
we've been averaging about 49,000 a pay period, which is up. Usually we're around 38, I think is where we were most of the time last year. Overall for the whole year, I think it's going to come down with the new people coming on board, and we've had some injuries with it. Not all are long term, and some are shorter. Some are sort of what I call like middle of the road. They're going to be out a couple months, and then there's some more serious injuries that are going to be departing and retiring soon. And then there's some real short term stuff, bumps and bruises where they're out a few days or a week and then they're back. Unfortunately, with our job, sometimes as soon as we get one back, one goes back out with those shorter term ones. But the hope is we'll get the people back off injured. The new people will make an impact. We're also, going to hire there's another academy in October that we have geared up with some more people. And another academy in December that we're trying to get people into to get our number back up. And of those candidates, there are some that are academy trained, which if those pan out, those would be extremely helpful if we could get them on the road without having to go to the academy.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, Chief, we started off with 300,000 for the year. And if I listen carefully, you're saying you're at around 50 now. Is this is the first transfer, correct, for this fiscal year?
Correct.
Okay. And do you feel that based on the past performance, and I know it's up so far, it looks like it's up about a third, you do feel that it's going to level off over the course of the year so that we'll get more back on track? So that we'll stay on, I know we're only 3 months into the fiscal year, but are you feeling comfortable the overall number is going to be comparable to last year?
Oh yeah, definitely. July, August are always top with the injuries. July and August are our heavy vacation months. And we also had, I just thinking of this now, we also had a few, medical leaves, family medical leave people as well. So, those things sort of all hit us at once in July and August and into September now, but we're sort of coming out of that. And the vacations slow down, obviously, and with the new people coming on, like I said, they're going to start to make an impact as well. So I feel pretty confident that this number is going to start to decline.
Okay, thank you.
The average number. Yep.
Yep,
And it'll, right, like you're talking about where we were last year.
okay.
Any further discussion?
Motion to adopt.
I'll second.
Motion made second that we adopt the request and recommend it to the full city council. Roll call vote. Counselor Tomlin?
Yes.
Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Pueblo? Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor McGivern, yes, it passes. Chief, this will be going to the full council sometime in October. Further notice or further knowledge of when that might be, you need to talk to the mayor.
I think it's the 3rd. I think it's October 3rd, our first meeting.
Oh, is it October 3rd?
I think it is.
Never mind. Thank you,
Mr. Chair?
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Jeff?
just to know, it's my understanding this is one of the ones that was going on to the special meeting agenda.
I didn't want to say that because I knew that, but I wanted the mayor or chief to say that this one will be on the 20th, I believe.
Oh, that was my understanding.
Okay.
Yes.
Chief, you got pulled.
Yep.
Chair will
Yes,
entertain, thank you. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to take item number
7.
7 off the table.
All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Introduced under my name for the mayor. This is a request of $2,524 from the Solicitor's Department's litigation account for services rendered in 2023. We're being asked to approve the money from 2024 be used to pay for this invoice. Off the table, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. The invoice is $2,524. It goes to a private investigator. We do have a breakdown of everything that the investigator submitted to the solicitor's office. We have a communication. I did speak to our city solicitor, Mike Bissonette, has a conflict tonight and cannot be with us. And I asked Lisa to send us a communication. It outlines, I'll read it real quick. It's the form of an email to the Finance Committee. It outlines that the item number 7, 2005-24, the Law Department worked with the Personnel Department and made a decision to hire a private investigator. We did this because we are aware of several active workman comp claims, and there were some complaints that perhaps some individuals were indeed able to work. The investigator spent significant time monitoring the comings and goings of an employee and gathering information which could be used for the city to contest workman's comp claims. We believe it's necessary to spend this money in the front end to save the city from unnecessary costs and perhaps discourage others from pursuing unfaithful claims. The work of the investigator performed was in the month of June. Unfortunately, he was not submitted in a time to the Law Department to get the bill paid during 2023. And we do, if you need any further details, please contact Kelly Curran, as she has a little more detail about if there are any additional questions. I did speak to Kelly prior to talking to the city solicitor, and she took full responsibility for not getting the invoice back to the city solicitor in a timely fashion. It was a little bit new to her, and I think that's understandable for our first second year human resource director. Is there any discussion?
Well, just briefly.
Councilor Jordan.
Yes, if it does in fact turn out someone's not being completely honest with us, and we have to hire private investigators that find out people are not being completely and totally candid and honest with the leadership of the city, this goes beyond just, we don't pay your workers' comp claim. This goes to disciplinary action, right? I hope we make sure, I think the mayor's here, I hope if there's anybody that's lying to us, this isn't we just don't pay your workers' comp. This is, we'll see you at a hearing, at whatever for the appropriate discipline, because that's a major, major violation. So I don't know any of the facts whatsoever. In fact, I don't really particularly want to know the facts, but I am approving this because the city needs to guard its interests, and I'm glad, obviously, we've done what we need to do to begin to make workplace injuries a very important thing. But if there are people being cute, they need to be dealt with appropriately, so.
Counselor Tomlin?
I'm all set. Thank you.
And I agree with Counselor Jordan, but I do want to say I commend the both departments for taking action, because we were often told when we're going through budget hearings that, you know, claims are investigated, claims are certainly looked at and vetted before they are paid. And I think that whatever they saw, whatever yellow flag, red flag that was raised, I think the action they took is appropriate, and I think the bill is correct. We actually would not have this bill in front of us except it wasn't paid last year. It would have came out of the line item known as the
Probably workers' comp.
Workman's, yeah.
It'll probably come right.
So our responsibility is this year's money used for last year's bill expense. But at the same time, I do want to go on record saying and commend both of them for doing this, and certainly I hope it does send a message to anyone. And I don't think all our employees out there are too many
No.
that we have to investigate. But when one does come along, it's saying the city is willing to investigate.
Right.
And Councilor Jordan is absolutely correct. Department heads and the mayor need to follow up if something is uncovered in the investigation.
Make a motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made, second, that this be approved. Roll call vote. Counselor Tomlin?
Yes.
Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Powell? Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, yes. Passes 5-0. Would be recommended to the full city council. We can do
8 and 9 together?
Yeah.
Motion to take items number 8 and 9 together as a
Second.
package.
Motion made, second, that we suspend rules by combining two items for discussion. Item 8 is a request for transfer under my name from capital stabilization, $100,000, to the sewer professional services, $100,000. The second one is a $50,000 from capital stabilization into sewer legal services. Off the table for discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Welcome. We have with us this evening our superintendent of the DPW, Carl Rossi. Welcome, Carl. Our chair of the Board of Works Public Commission. I got to say it right one time, Mary. And Mike Sullivan. And we welcome you for walking us through this request for transfers. And we certainly will have questions. If we have questions, we'll ask.
We also have Libby Hernandez, she's a member.
And Commissioner Hernandez, Libby Hernandez is on Zoom. Well, Libby, welcome. Of course, the mayor's still with us.
Thank you very much.
Lead, Carl, Mary.
I'll take it. Okay. So just to introduce why you've got this threesome here with respect to, our conversation tonight covers not just what we've been talking to the council about with respect to needing funding to do that comprehensive study of the enterprise account, but previous meetings with the council and committees also discussed the need to begin legal services in support of the end of the long-term service agreement and looking at what are we going to do next. And we have an informal advisory group that's been working on looking at the need for more information and legal help through the Long-Term Service Agreement Advisory Committee. So Mike Sullivan's been a great participant in that group. The DPW director, the engineer, they're also on that group. Andy Fisk is a member, Mimi Panich is a member, Brian Beauregard is a member. Most of these folks have volunteered. I remember I asked Councilor Jordan if he'd wanted to participate with us in these discussions. So we're here to speak to these two requests.
We're just going to interrupt you for a quick second. Jeff, could you, if Mimi Panich is on Zoom, if she wishes as her capacity in the advisory group, certainly welcome her into the parlor, as they say.
That's great.
Mike brought that back from Ireland, Thank you.
And so the mix in that advisory group comes from, you all know the names, from various sectors within the city. So that we're making sure we've got, infrastructure. I joke with folks, Mike knows where every pipe in the city is located, and, you know, that's important for us when we look at what kind of management and operations are needed moving forward. Mimi brings in the expertise from planning. You know, economic development planning are critical to what we envision happening in the next long-term service agreement. Brian Borgard is a self-proclaimed contract geek. He comes from the oil, gas, and electric, so he has been doing a great job in advance of having legal support dig down deep into what the contract terms are. And Andy Fisk, he's former executive director of the Connecticut River Watershed Association. So we've got the environmental side taken care of. So in all honesty, our objective is to make sure that the outreach, communications, misperceptions that come out of the existing contract going back to 2005, 2006 don't get repeated for the next long-term service agreement. So item number 8, that's the $100,000 we talked about when I first presented the recommended sewer rate to the council. Our auditing and additional research into the enterprise fund identified some answers, but even more questions. So we're looking for this funding to get us through FY24. The council's been asking for breakdowns with respect to the long-term service agreement annual contract. What does it really pay for? We know MS4 work is in it. We know the flood control system's in it. And there are other things in it, but the contract doesn't require that breakdown of invoices, and I'm sure over time we could get that from them, but no one's ever asked. So we want to do this study. We want to look at what exactly makes up the costs associated with the enterprise fund. On top of that, we want to look at the rates. The more homework I do on this, the more questions I actually do come up with. So you have a rate in front of you for $8.02 that we're quite comfortable with recommending. But I'm looking at past information with respect to rates and who does that ratepayer look like? What are they made of? And it doesn't appear that in the past there's been an accurate representation of what the average ratepayer is. And that's due to the fact that we have so many multifamily units that get one bill. So if you got one bill going out to up to 3 households, that's going to skew it high because there's 3 households using and there's one bill. So, so we want to look further into that. We want to look at what kind of rate system can we project. Right now it's a flat rate for everybody with the exception of, I think there's 2 separate industrial negotiated contracts out there. What does it look like if we bring back a minimum fee for users? Right now, there's no minimum fee. What does it look like if we charge higher users more? That's a strategy in some places when they're looking for water conservation. What does it look like if we pull out stormwater and consider what a stormwater fee might be once we identify what those costs are? Some communities have stormwater fees separate from. They can, you know, I'm not going to project any numbers, but we're, you know, $20, $25 a year. But it pulls out of and makes it more fair, the allocation of costs. So, and then part of this study includes not just finances, but the operations and some of the capital sides of those costs. That way we can look at moving forward the enterprise fund, if they're going to keep or not keep. We talked about the flood control system. We know that there's a lot of needs in that system right now. There's also options. We talked about, is this the time to start working with the Army Corps to abandon those flood control systems since things that they were initially protecting in the 20s and 30s aren't there? So that's what this study will include. It will also include significant public education and outreach. It's an opportunity for the public to understand what their dollars are being spent on and get some feedback from them as to how they think these services should be paid for. And then ultimately, it would end up with, for FY25, another proposed sewer rate based on this detailed investigation into the cost and the operations associated with the wastewater and enterprise account. So that's, do you want to stick with one agenda item at a time?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think they'll loop into each other, but maybe just stick with this. Just remind us when the existing contract is up.
Well, that's why we need the attorney, because we have a difference of opinion as to when it might be up. Seriously.
What are the two arguments?
Okay, we're like 2, maybe 3 years out. We had that discussion. There are documents that contradict each other. So that's a great question, and that's why we need legal assistance right now, is to making sure that both the city and the contractor are in agreement as to this is the contract end date, because there are actionable items that the city, to its benefit, can activate, but only within a certain timeline before the contract ends. So that's why it's important now to find out when does it end, because that window of opportunity for us to initiate some actions might close.
And Mary, the consultant, I know you've gone over this with us and Carl with us before, but can you just tell us a little bit of their background and what they bring to the table?
Okay, so the consultant for the large study, we're actually going out with a request for qualifications. We want to make sure that we have a team that has the depth and breadth of experience to represent the city's interests, because whatever happens in this $100,000 study serves not just, we need to know what the enterprise fund looks like today, but how does that fit into moving forward into the next long-term service agreement? So things are starting to commingle. We're starting to get multiple benefits from, individual research and the knowledge that we're gleaning. So we're going out with an RFQ, request for qualifications, so we can make sure that we're not, let's say, down the road, or even in this case scenario here, we're not outgunned by financial experts, technical experts, and/or legal experts that, the global entities are capable to bring to the table. We're just as capable, so just have to know we need to do it.
And who will put the RFQ together?
I've already been working with Jamie on it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's substantially complete right now. We're just looking for the front end and the back end documents, and we're hoping for a submission deadline of October 13th.
Okay, so Jamie, of course, Carl's input, I know it goes without saying, but we have a good idea what we need. You described everything, which I think is, if you've been around here doing this for a while,
Some of us have.
maybe, we understand 3/4 of what you just said, but we understand the importance of the qualifications of the consultant to look at the next contract, to be able to understand the existing contract. But anything else?
Not on agenda item 8 for the study.
Okay, we'll go to question. I think we'll keep them a little bit separate. They'll loop in, like I said. Is there anything, Carl, you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just think that, it's $100,000, but when you're talking about the next 20 years of what the sewer treatment plant is going to look like with all the capital improvements, it could be like a $200 million contract for the next 20 years. So that's why, even though it's $100,000, it's a worthwhile investment into the future.
Mm-hmm. And if we are 2 or 3 years out, are we looking at $100,000 a year?
I was just going to clarify that. This is the beginning of what I don't think is going to be as great as in 2005, but this study is going to identify for us what the next steps are. It's going to be progressive. We want to know, what do we need to know next in order to have that kind of knowledge base. And just for reference, and I'm throwing this out because I don't envision this with what we know now, the costs associated with the last procurement, I reviewed all those contracts for legal and technical, and they were specific only to the RFQ, not the build-up to these services. They exceeded over $1.2 million in 2005 dollars.
Councilor Jordan?
Imagine if we had $1.2 million and put it in our piggy bank with, compounded interest. What that would be worth today. Again, I won't rehash debates of 20 years ago. But
Thank you.
Yes. We had, those were dandies, weren't they, Peter Tallman?
Yeah, it worked.
So anyways, but as far as this, yes, I fully support what you're doing. But just so I'm not totally camel's nose under the tent scenario here, when we say 100 grand, but this is round one, what would other rounds, what's the vision here? What do you, I mean, you guys have given this some deep thought. What do you think this is going to run us to do what we need to do to have quote unquote equal firepower?
That part, I don't have the answer to how much it's going to cost. Be aware that we're going to be very conscious of cost because we got a good team together. We know a lot more than we did in 2005. So I'd like to think that instead of the consultants leading us, we're going to be leading them.
Right.
But, I'll let Mike speak to this in a bit. But our ideas for the next long-term service agreement are beyond what's happening right now. This is not just a wastewater treatment plant. This is an opportunity to generate revenue. This is an opportunity to generate green power. This is an opportunity to produce a product. So costs associated with that, we're hopeful, are going to be more than offset or substantially offset by revenues that these operations can generate. So, go ahead.
Mary hit on the, really on the heart of it. We're not negotiating a contract that's going to be at all, hopefully, similar to what's gone on in the last 20 years. What we're trying to do is, what do we want this to look like for the next 20 years? So one of the things we did was we took a tour of Deer Island, which was fascinating. Deer Island handles not only the city of Boston, but 43 other communities. Now, we're just little old Holyoke, but some of the technologies, they're actually 20 years behind the time, and we have things in place up here where we could feed off the same ideas. Among these are things like anaerobic digesters. We don't have an anaerobic digester right now. These are the things where we're going to need more technical support to do it the right way. When you have an anaerobic digester, it throws off methane gas. They're using the methane to run a boiler, to run a steam turbine, to run a generator. That's 20-year-old technology. We have already existing here in Holyoke the capability to run engines off of methane and generate electricity directly off of that. This electricity, in turn, would support the operation, lower the cost of operating our existing facility, and make more green energy available for Holyoke Gas and Electric for new businesses coming into town that are looking to feed up. This is, and it's this kind of technical assistant. Who's going to maintain this system? Is it going to be Holyoke Gas and Electric? Is it going to be an outside contractor? Do we want it as part of the contract, separate from the contract? What can they bring to us? And we're going to need some help. And this is just on that piece of it. The other things they do is the sludge that's left over, we're trucking it out right now. For example, we haven't even had a chance to explore it. Could go to Valley Green.
Let me perhaps refine my question. I'm on board. I'm a yes on this 100,000. I think you need this to do what you need to do. There's no question. But I'm just, what am I signing up for? Is essentially what I'm asking. Which is, okay, 100 grand gets us started. I always am leery when government tells us, give us this and we'll tell you the rest later. I know it's nebulous to a certain extent, but is there an educated guess as to what this process is going to cost? And I guess what you're suggesting is that it's going to be offset by these improvements that you're trying to orchestrate in the system and provide other revenue opportunities or efficiencies in doing this. So how do you see, if you had a magic wand, how do you see this playing out?
The last thing you want to do is put a number on the board. I do not see this being anywhere near, though, as financially oppressive as those $2,005, because we know so much more.
Okay. Well, that's encouraging.
Yeah, and again, I'm really excited about the team that's been put together, because I think we see those opportunities, but we might have to, we have to put up the dollars to get that team in order to have that 20-year enterprise operation at the wastewater treatment plant. I mean, one of the things Mike didn't bring up is the opportunity that we heard talk earlier about, Day Brook and removing some of the stormwater from our CSO operation. We keep getting more and more and more capacity at that treatment plant. And we've already begun discussions. Why can't these operators, these large firms, be an economic development front for us too? We got capacity to sell, and there are operations that need that. So this is what we want. These are the discussions we need to have, and we need to have them with the right people who have done this before.
All right.
Yeah, and if I may, putting the RFP forward in the proper manner, right, will negate the need for some of this, because we'll get the people bidding on it to bring that engineering to us.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
You see where I'm going with that?
Yes.
Okay.
They're going to fill in the edges of the picture, essentially, and give you some of the information that you need to.
Well, I hope a lot more than the edges.
Oh, okay.
All right?
All right.
So, they have full-time engineers. Some of the people that could be bidding on this already have 50 or 60 existing type operations going.
Okay.
So they're going to be highly competitive, and it's what can you bring for us in the new contract?
Okay.
And we won't need to spend $1 million to find out that answer. They'll bring it to us for free.
And then we incorporate these concepts into our proposal to the potential operator, correct? And we say, they're doing this in Walla Walla, Washington, so therefore we want to do it in our contract and add it as a dimension. Is that the theory?
So that's the discussion that needs to occur. What do we want that procurement process to look like? It can be a request for proposals that says, hey, here's our plant, here's our vision, here's what we'd like to see happening. So, you, the Veolias, Suez's, United Water, whomever, Jacobs, whomever's out there, you tell us, on our plant, what would you like to see happen? And we're interested in revenue generation. So that could be the kinds of submissions that we're looking at and seeing what's the best deal for the city of Hoyoke. Okay. Or we could go a little bit further into our knowledge, and we have an idea based on, both the financials and the technical reviews that our consultants have done, to be able to say, this is what we want you to do. This is what we expect. We're welcoming even more. But the strategy for the procurement is what needs to be discussed, what works best for the city.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that with all the work that this team has put together, or the study group has put together, finding out a lot of the information that was in the old contract, if we didn't have the study team, we would be probably spending a lot more money than we are now. So I just want to acknowledge that the mayor, Mary, put a really good team together of people with experience in different backgrounds, and that saving the city a lot of money on this.
Can we get periodic updates or an executive summary of some of the work products, so that it's not just 2 years from now, it's a data dump on us when you get to, you make the whole decision. I think it would be good to have check-ins if it's every 4 months, 6 months, whatever you think is a reasonable interval. Like, hey, the crystal ball's not so cloudy. We're getting a little more clear here as to where we're going with this. Even if it has to be some sort of executive session situation.
Yeah, we'd have to be careful about.
Correct. You don't want to totally tip your hand, and I think we could hopefully have that covered. But I don't want it to be like, it's a black box for us. You guys are doing your important work, and then 2 years from now you come in and do a grand reveal. Maybe we could have offered input or had suggested. Oh, I know. My problem is I never say no to all these committees.
I can let council know when we have, because we've got a couple of meetings, dates haven't been set yet, where we have, Veolia and other consultants want to come in and talk to us.
Right.
This is we're data gathering bit. They're introducing themselves, and on the other side, they're also wanting to hear, what do we want to do?
Right.
Because if they're going to bother to pursue this project, they want to give the best proposal out there. So learning what our priorities are helps them.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, in the realm of identifying other costs, I guess I don't really understand why we haven't asked Veolia, or why we wouldn't. Would it be smart to ask them and then wait and see what the answer is before any money is spent?
No, I don't think we're playing gotcha with them on this. They can give us a number, but that's not the number I think as the city we want to say is ours moving forward. You know, we were talking about that. It's one thing to say, I'm just throwing a number out. Street sweeping or MS4 works 500,000. But we want to break that down. Does that include the cost of all the equipment? Does that include the cost of all the analysis? Does that include the cost of the manpower, including all of the benefits associated with that? So we want a very specific number, not just, you know, this is what we have in our budget, but, you know, that budget doesn't include the cost of the manpower providing those services. It's just the cost of the truck or other outside services they might be using to do that.
We can't ask them what that cost is?
We could, but I don't know why we would. I want some integrity with our numbers.
Okay.
They'll be working with us on this.
Yeah.
Again, we will be getting numbers from them, but our analysis of that and how we use them should be the city's.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Any further discussion?
No, I think we'll move on to the legal one, or?
Want to make a
Want to make a vote?
Make a motion to pass this?
Go one at a time on the vote? Sure.
I'll make a motion to pass the transfer.
Second.
Motion made and second that we adopt the request for transfer. If there's no further discussion, roll call. Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Powell? Yes. Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, yes. So that 5-0 recommend for adoption of the transfer to the full city council. And the second one already off the table is the $50,000 coming from the same account but going into sewer legal services. We started to hear a little bit about this. I think we're surprised to hear we don't have, or there's a little moving target on the end of the contract.
There is, yes.
Yep. And Mayor Garcia is no longer Zooming because he didn't know how to take himself off of mute, so he's with us. You're always here, Josh, and we always welcome you. Mary or Carl, can you walk us through this? We understand capital stabilization, but I'm going to ask a question up front. I'm not looking. It's not a targeted answer. It's actually, I just want to make sure we have a law department in the city, very good law department. I don't have to ask our city solicitor if they could take this on. I know the answer.
We talked about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is the law department involved with the hiring of legal services for?
Attorney Bisonet has been kept in the loop on all these and invited even to participate in our discussions with Attorney Toby.
Perfect answer and perfect person to share his experience from across the river, because it's the same river that both of our communities have been challenged to clean up, rightfully so. Mary, if you want to talk us about legal services?
Sure. So again, we became aware of the fact that, you know, the need to have legal representation was sooner rather than later, because we don't want to make any mistakes by missing opportunities to do something and that schedule was over with. So attorneys that do P3, public-private partnership work, that's a very specialized field. And in the past, in my P3 efforts, several attorneys I've worked alongside or with, met and had discussions with, and Attorney Bruce Toby stood out to me because of his municipal background. And if he submitted his resumes and he presented a proposed initial scope. He met with the advisory board a couple of weeks ago. We had a 2-hour meeting with him. And, you know, one of my takeaways was back to this project needs to meet the both political, financial, and cultural expectations of the city of Holyoke. And as a former mayor himself, he understood all that. So he understands the need to have these conversations, and, you know, what might be important to an engineer may not necessarily be important to an individual or a majority of the city council. So we have to make sure that those issues are brought forward. So he listened to us. He had read the contract. Well, bits and pieces of it is really, really big, before the meeting. So we were able to actually have a substantial conversation at the meeting about what he saw for immediate concerns for us moving forward, concluding the contract term, and then positioning us for whatever a new contract term would look like.
Thank you. And we do have a copy of Attorney Toby's resume in our package, and we do have a communication from him, and appreciate that. Any discussion, any further?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Councilor Jennings.
Did he have any references for you for other communities that he had similar projects that he handled?
He has lots of work, tons of references. We didn't think that would be necessary because he's a success out there within the P3 community.
Okay.
What impressed me most about him was the work he had done in Gloucester, which had a real problem with their sewer system, non-existent. And I think we all know what Gloucester is famous for, and he was faced with shutting down an industry that probably accounted for 50% of the employment of the city, and he managed that and worked their way through that problem. And to me, that right there in itself, having that level of experience was enough to sell me.
Gloucester is famous for the bar in the perfect storm, you know. And right now, if it wasn't for modern technology, there's a perfect storm out to sea. And thankfully, I don't think any ships will be going out from Gloucester this weekend.
Well, I think it's famous for Gorton's codfish cakes, which I hated as a kid too. So.
Sorry, Councilor Jennings.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So you don't know if he actually handled a contract like ours before for another?
No, he had. He talked to us all about that. Yeah. He gave us contract stories. In fact, the idea of using our facility as an economic development driver and revenue generator, he was able to fill in the blanks of those discussions. Yeah. Okay. So, we were quite comfortable with what we know of at a very superficial level. He was able to fill in from that legal level and bring to the conversation those technical teams and project sites that had exactly what we were looking for.
There's other possibilities I wouldn't want to discuss outside of executive session for revenue generation for the city.
Okay.
That is just non-existent right now, but there's tremendous potential out there.
Okay. Second question is, what's his hourly rate?
I really don't know.
So you're asking us to approve $50,000 and we don't know what he's going to get paid?
We would be negotiating with him. That we're looking for the budget, and we would be negotiating for that scope of services up to that $50,000. So
you haven't engaged in an agreement with
No,
him,
we're
or
showing
even
you
tentatively
what
on a rate what he would charge?
Oh, yeah, we will ask again. This is all subject to we're showing you who we'd like to be working with, his
Okay.
scope of work, and then once the funding is approved, we'd be negotiating then with him and his team over what that rate looks like and what other team members might be part of it.
But he hasn't provided that to you yet.
And I didn't ask.
Maybe I should have went to that meeting.
Well, you could have, yeah, but I'm not. I always get a little nervous. Not that I want to overpay, and I definitely don't. But hiring the lowest, the attorney with the lowest rate out there is probably not the direction we want to take.
Well, I'm just making sure it's reasonable.
Well,
yes. So,
I feel comfortable that nobody's going to put their neck on the line and propose something totally unreasonable that would be uncovered. So
Right.
we will have that conversation. And
do we know, because, if he's charging $500 an hour and it's going to be...
we don't know that. And that seems, in the industry that I've been in, that would be really, really too high. I have never come across anybody.
Okay. How did you come up at $50,000 then? Let me ask you that.
That was a number we had from way back when, even before we identified an attorney to work on it. We knew we needed some seed money in order to get this process started.
Okay. So we don't know if that's legal bills for 6 months, or we have no idea what we're actually
It
signing
would be
up?
legal bills under the control of the DPW with respect to what we ask him or limit him doing. Again, we'll be working with him. It's not like here's a contract, come back when you're done with the 50,000.
So if we approve this, you're not going to go beyond this sum from any other source of funding that wouldn't come before the council.
Correct.
So by then, obviously counting on you to be good fiscal stewards, as you are, to make sure that, this is being watched carefully. By then, you'll have a sense, once you have him engaged, and assuming, it all pans out with the engagement agreement, it sounds like he wants to do the work, that by then you would know the trajectory of his engagement.
Correct. We'll have a clearer path forward. That we're at the beginning of something, and there's so many paths we can take. And so, these are those initial steps with that limited funding in order to start defining that path.
Okay. Again, I appreciate, in light of the nature of what you're doing, I'm giving more deference to what you're doing. Generally speaking, I don't approve sort of blank slates of cash to say, give me 50 and I'll tell you how far, what you really get for that. That's not generally my style of governance, but due to the nature of what you're doing and getting it, and you're sort of working through this and trying to get these terms, it is a unique situation. So in that regard, I would support it. But obviously, I think you take my points to heart in terms of making sure. I always get leery about this stuff because this stuff can get really runaway bills on this stuff. I mean, I can tell you, even for some of these cases that we've had for outside counsel have just been crushing type legal bills. And it seems like it's coal into a furnace, and it just never ends. So I will have to just keep a close eye on this, as I'm sure you will.
Understood.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You just follow up on that. Maybe question, maybe not really questions, but just to make sure we have a good understanding is whether it's Attorney Toby or someone else, and whether it's our Assistant City Solicitor Mike Bissonette or another Assistant City Solicitor, will the bills submitted from the outside counsel be submitted to the Law Department or to the DPW to be vetted?
I think
It'll be coming through my office.
Okay. And is it safe to say that when it comes time to negotiate the contract, this person will still be on board to help in the negotiations?
It's safe to say.
Okay. At that time, I would hope that we keep into consideration that someone, and this is more mayor, type responsibility, but someone from our law department is working closely with making sure the city side is being the big picture of the city side is being looked after.
Yes, and I believe it's Solicitor Bissonette.
Yeah. If he's still,
part of our
he
board.
could not be here this evening. He wanted to be, but
Yeah.
he had a conflict, and
But
otherwise he would be.
he's our
Yeah.
he's our board attorney, so he'd
Okay.
be involved.
Thank you. And again, it wasn't really a question, more of a mayoral responsibility, but we're accused of trying to be mayors every now and then, right?
Yay, Does it come with a pay raise?
I don't, is there any other discussion?
Can I ask one
Yes,
follow-up?
Councilor Jane, yep.
I think with the point Councilor McGivern here just made is a really good one. I'm jealous that I didn't make it, which is,
You can't get all the good points.
I'm trying, I strive for perfection. But Carl, if you're reviewing it, it would be helpful to have Mike, because when the law department does go through our outside counsel bills, and they'll say, well, did you really need a third of an hour for that, or a half an hour for this? And they can sometimes pare that down, and it's helpful if you're a lawyer to actually, and they see these and they vet these, they could be a good asset to you. Yeah, thank you.
Just Councilor Thomas.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am very much in favor of this transfer. I think it's important. You've got a great team together, and watching the money, we got the city, Mike Bissonette with you on this, and my concerns are the same with my colleagues about the cost, and I'm sure you'll, keep a rein on the cost. And this is a long-term thing. This is for the future of our city, and and it does cost money to do that. And I am aware of the bills, outside council bills that we've had over the years that just sort of kept on going and going and going. So this is something I think is a definitely good investment in our community. And with Carl and Mike Bissonette on this, and the team that you have, fantastic team of somebody that specializes in every aspect of what we're looking to do. I think that's very, very important. So I'm very much in favor of this transfer.
Come January, Carl, you might be losing a couple of members of this advisory team. And, well, they might be taking a different role on. And if those two members, do take that different role on, there might be a couple of other people available to swap roles.
I think you need a tour of the sewage treatment plant first.
You know how many times I've toured the sewage treatment plant? I toured I call it a catch basin, but the big CSO before there was anything in it. I walked down the bottom of that thing.
Getting any souvenirs?
No. The second time I toured it, I know what Mike is saying.
Second.
Motion made and seconded that we approve the request for transfer of $50,000 from stabilization capital into sewer legal services. Roll call vote. Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Powell? Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern? Yes. Approval 5-0 to go to the full city council. Carl, Mary, Mike, Mimi, thank you all for being here. And we appreciate, if I missed anybody, I'm sorry, but appreciate your hard work. And I know it's a long-term goal, but something that the whole city needs to get a grip on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Yep, bye-bye.
One more item?
One more item.
How about item number 10? We'll take that
Best
off the table.
for last.
Save the
A
best.
motion made second, we take item 10 off the table. Item 10 is introduced by a president of the city council. Councilor McGee is at the treasurer and the Munifin. Am I saying it right? I hope. It comes before the finance committee to update the overall progress of the department and scope of services work being done. Welcome, everybody. I apologize because, and Rory can back me up, I'm about 45 minutes off of what I told you. Am I right? And not to the good, 45 to the bad, but 2 weeks ago I was 45 in the other direction when no one showed up for the public hearing.
Oh, okay. Hi, Kevin Jordan. Nice to see you.
Joe.
Joe, I think I met you in the parking lot the other day.
We need to. Don't tell all our secrets. Councilor Bacon has joined us in chambers and online. I haven't been updating this, but we do have, besides Councilor Anderson Burgos, I think that's it, Jeff, right?
That's it, yeah. There's no other
Okay.
counselor.
No problem. Just like to update
Jose
that
was
every
here
now and then.
earlier.
Councilor McGee, I was trying to make it. It is Wednesday's a tough night for him, but he knew it was last on the agenda, the best for last, and he did want to come in and put his input into it. But he filed this on behalf of all of us. And the mayor, I know, will be joining us in a minute. And we do and would appreciate an update as to where we are. I don't think we have to rehash everything, but maybe just a little overview of the Treasury Department and what we're trying to accomplish and what we've done for the past year and what we look to do in the next year.
Absolutely. So thank you all. And so what we would like to do is I'm just going to give a brief rundown from my perspective of what the past 12 months has been like, because it's actually been 12 months now since I've been in that office. And while I'm doing that, Sarah is going to be logging into the Zoom so that we can share a brief PowerPoint presentation.
Say no more, and Jeff will set
I
you up,
know.
Sarah, as soon as you get in.
Yeah, exactly. Just the wizard will work.
You'll send us,
Sarah, you've been
you'll
in-
send us a copy of the presentation.
Yeah, we'll send a copy of the presentation and what I had spoken about with Councilor McGivern is that we can go over this, but we wanted to be brief, talk about what's going on, and then give an opportunity for the committee, of course, to ask questions, and we can address them. So, thank you again for the opportunity, and thank you, Councilor McGee, for filing the order. One thing, I've been very clear on this, and I feel sometimes being repetitive is helpful, because the word cleanup has been used a lot. And can you mute that, please? Yeah. Sorry. So that is probably not the best representation of what is needed in this office. If you bear with me for a second, you're just having a little technical difficulties. Just shut the audio off on your computer.
Sarah, it's going to take a second. You're in the parlor, or you're in the waiting on deck circle.
There we go. Okay, great. So, no worries. So, cleaning up denotes that there was a mess. We can clean it up, and once it's cleaned up, we can just move on, right? Dumpster blows a lot of trash into an alleyway. We can send a crew in there, clean it up, and we can move on, and that's it. The issues that the Treasurer's Office is facing now and has been facing for a very long time requires a complete rebuild, okay? And what I mean by that is, if you own a home, you own a rental property, you rent an apartment, whatever the situation, you see a water stain on the ceiling, you put some paint over it, you're not going to see that stain anymore. You've cleaned up that stain, you don't see it, it's out of sight, out of mind. Water stain comes back, another coat of paint, sure, it's gone, you don't see it. But what is happening behind that stain? What's causing that? And the only way to get to that root cause, whether it's water infiltration because there's a leak in the roof or somewhere else, is to rip down the ceiling. And when you rip down the ceiling, you might find mold, you might find rot, and the only way to repair that is by rebuilding that. And so I think that is the best analogy of the situation in the Treasurer's Office. And this did not happen overnight. I know we all acknowledge that. This has been something that's been going on for decades. And the only way we're going to be able to do what I know we all want to do, provide the best level of service for the taxpayers of Holyoke, is by rebuilding the office. Now, a couple highlights. I don't want to make it seem like everything's dire. We're going to get into the not so nice things that we've discovered and what we've been working on, but just a couple highlights. In the past 12 months, we've been able to increase the level of cash management in the office. And what I mean by that is actually the cash in the bank, right? This is separate from general ledger accounts, this is separate from anything else. This is cash in the bank and where our investments are. I know I've been in front of the council to talk about investment policies, but some of the highlights, through restructuring the bank accounts the way we currently have and taking a hard look at the way our monies had been put into the types of accounts, we've actually generated in fiscal 23 hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional interest income that we hadn't budgeted for. That's all going to go to free cash. That is going to help us in the future. In fiscal 24, I can tell you right now, and this is separate from investments and stabilization, I'm talking specifically about general fund revenue that can either be budgeted, as part before the tax rate is set with fiscal 24 revenues when the recap is finally voted on, or would translate to free cash the following year, over $1 million right now that we're going to be receiving. So Councilor Jordane's point earlier about what if we could have tucked 1.2 million away and let that interest compound over the years, that's exactly what we're doing. At the same time, we've been trying to increase communication between different offices. So the tax collector, for example, even though the offices side by side, there has not been good communication in the past. And what that has resulted in, by really trying to break down those barriers, is aggressive collection of back taxes, both through land court procedures, but more importantly, through payment plans, because we don't want to foreclose on people's properties. We want people fall into this for many different reasons. We want to work with them. We want the city to be made whole, and we want those taxpayers to get back on track. And so we've been able to do that. And that has both addressed historic issues and has brought in, again, hundreds of thousands of dollars that all will go towards free cash, both with the fiscal 23, once those books are closed, and then moving forward into fiscal 24. At the same time, better communication between the treasurer's office and personnel, better relationships as it relates to payroll. It was brought up earlier about the payroll systems in the police department. We have similarly antiquated systems in other departments in the city. We have been holding a series of meetings, and the comment that I've heard more often than not is that when those departments were trying to initiate these conversations in the past, the treasurer's office was absent. The treasurer's office, as it stands right now, is directly responsible for all the payroll in the city. We're talking about gas and electric. We're talking about the school department, all the city departments. And for that office to be absent and not be part of the conversation to try to improve these processes has caused many negative impacts. So we've been able to break down those barriers. And at the same time, re-engage with other departments that had also been feeling the absence from the treasurer's office. Now listen, I know that is not everything that this office needs to be doing. There are many other issues. I just wanted to point out a couple of highlights because I hear the frustrations that have come from this council. I hear the frustrations that have come from other departments. I am frustrated as well. And I hope that after tonight, you will have a better understanding of the material deficiencies that exist in the office, that have existed, what we've done over the past year to improve that, and what we want to do moving forward. Now, the final point I'm going to make before I hand it over to Sarah is about Munis. Over a decade ago, this council was trying to introduce a Munis coordinator in the city. We should have followed through on that. If we had at that time, we may be in a very different spot today. Now, the good news is that the system that we currently have in place is being upgraded. And this isn't an aspirational goal. It's not, at some point in the future, we're going to have October 19th. Our current system is going away, and the new system is going live. There is no going back. We have passed the point of no return. We are going to have an upgraded Munis system, which is going to force every department in the city to use that to the full extent. You want to talk about lost revenue. When I think about the amount of money that we spend annually on our contract with Tyler Systems, Munis, and what we're actually using it for, we have been squandering hundreds of thousands of dollars since the implementation of the existing system that we have right now, both in what we've been spending on those annual fees to the vendor, which they require, but also the amount of staff time that has been wasted that will no longer be the case, and all the efficiencies that we'll be able to build in. So I'm happy to answer all your questions. I'm sure you're going to have many. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to Sarah to talk a little
Sarah, hang on one second. Mayor, I know you look so comfortable out there, but you're welcome to come in and join us.
Same with the tax collector.
And we do have our tax collector here too for support and available to answer questions. Laura, you're comfortable, but you're also welcome to come in. I mean, I'm not going to twist your arms. But we just went on live TV and invited you in. Get in here. Tanya, I know that's your table because you're plugged into we know what over there, but you are always welcome to come in. Hey, we got a mic over there now, right? Yeah. All right, wow. our city auditor, our tax collector, and the mayor are joined as part of this conversation. Roy, thank you. And as asked, you gave a good overview. Always concise, but I've known Rory for a long time. He's never concise. But you hit the important points, and I think it wasn't an update for us as much as an update for everybody that's listening on this very important issue. And Sarah, I think you know, and I think we're about to hear some details about what happened the first phase of the contract with your services, and then we can get into what, and certainly the mayor, I know, wants to get into what we're going to do for a proposed second phase. But you're in. We have a Wizard of Oz that'll come right out to your rescue if you need him.
Yeah, Sarah, I've been attempting to promote you to panelist. I don't know if you're seeing a box that you have to accept.
There you go.
All right, and now I'll make you a co-host so that it'll give you screen sharing capability. You should be all set now.
Thank you, Jeff. You might want to watch the volume because it's gonna. Yeah. We already got the echo. Just.
I can just speak too. That's fine. I don't mind. Thank you for. I can start.
Just maybe make sure the microphone is off on the laptop.
You can just shut it down. I don't mind. Yeah, I'll just follow the presentation along. So then I shut that off, and I'll just kind of follow along. Sorry about that. So as
I'm not on Zoom, so I don't know what's going on here. Why there's an echo? No, my microphone's off. Is anybody else on Zoom? Are you on Zoom still? No?
Is the laptop microphone? I think it's.
Let's try now. Are we gone? No?
She's still recorded it. Go to attendees.
No.
No.
Jeff, Sarah's not showing as a panelist, even though she's out of the attendees.
Yeah, she was in as a panelist a couple of minutes ago, and it looks like she completely dropped off of Zoom.
Okay.
I'm back, gentlemen. For some reason, I got kicked out.
There goes Juan.
Juan?
I have the worst luck, seriously.
It's okay. We didn't notice. All right. I think, Jeff, we got an echo ever since we tried to get Sarah on to share. I don't know what it's like going out, but it's tough in here.
Yeah, let me come out.
Thank you. Sarah, you're going to meet the wizard. No, once I start, I can't stop.
This one, I don't think you want to use this one. You touch this one.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, that was unmuted. This one should say.
Oh, that one.
Oh, so blame the chair.
Yeah, get that over here.
We're gonna have.
I wish I could say I knew what I was doing. I know what I'm doing.
Well, while they're doing that, it's a pleasure meeting all of you in person. Last time I think it was in Zoom. And again, my name's Sarah Hunter, and Mass Munifin is the company that I own, and there is about 4 full-time and 7 part-time staff, of which there's at least 5 who are working for your community. We are on site at least 4 days a week. Typically 5, but sometimes there's things that we need to get done that can't get done while we're here. Because while we're here, we're trying to engage with staff who might have questions, any training, things like that. So I started in municipal world about 11 years ago, and I absolutely fell in love with it. I'm giving you some history so you can understand where I'm coming from and why I'm so passionate about it. I started in a small town where, I guess it's not too small, but a small town, and I got to work with a phenomenal treasurer, collector, accountant. They've taught me everything. They taught me it was a well-run office, and I was able to, I feel, advance as a part-time clerk. And then I took a job as a treasurer in a small town, and it was an elected position. And which sounds great, except for you're by yourself. And I had to learn everything from scratch. So my passion is I was not trained anything. I was, except for in the other community. So I walked in not knowing anything. I ended up reaching out to our DLS rep at the time, who was Deb Wagner, who now is in charge of the DLS. And we created a great relationship. She walked everything through. And then audit time happened, and lo and behold, Tanya Campbell was my auditor. So I had the best of both worlds. She taught me a lot about cash book, how to find things. So that was how I started, and again, with the struggles I had to deal with. Well, since then, absolutely love it, work hard, but I was able to work in communities that needed help. They were struggling, they've had embezzlement, they've had no cash book. I've actually been in a town where there's no cash book at all. Different types of software, different size towns. I think that it allowed me to understand what's needed, and I can adapt in a lot of situations. So that being said, I've also worked in really great communities, larger communities, like the city of Dedham, great, wonderful place. They have Munis, very comparable to some of the things that you guys have here in the aspect of what you can utilize. You're not utilizing it, but I see the potential here. And I was able to be actually the treasurer collector interim there. And I feel like that's a good place, not to mimic, but to kind of guide in what we want to move forward. I was able to work in the city of Quincy, doing tax collection with them, tax title, I apologize, an auction, and we just took in over $4 million over not the auction, but the actual process of collections. So one big thing when I go into communities is I really want to deal with the revenue and expenses. So yes, I want to say cleanup because that's part of it, but also the training and implementation, best practice, the actual software that you guys have to offer is great, but you also at the same time want to get caught up. I mean, I've read all of your management letters and your DL reports, and typically there's the same scenario over and over and over again. So that being said, my mission, I think, or the mission I think for our office is to create, and I don't remember the exact wording, but basically it's to create a scenario and to create an office that will be sustainable no matter who's in office, because especially with an elected position, you don't know who's coming in. So you need to have proper policy, procedures, manuals, things that a person walking in can just do. They know how to do it. So it does take work. So that's the big goal. That's the big picture, is to have you guys not be in a predicament where if there's vacant offices, if there's a new treasurer collected, if you guys are treasurer, I apologize, if you guys stay elected, that you have this person not understanding, but they have the tool, a manual to go by. So I'm just gonna do this real quick. But I do have to say something. When I first started, I came on and we were getting caught up on the dailies and the cash book. So I was introduced to the Excel. Very normal. Excel is something that we typically use as a tool with the software program. Well, you can see I bolded that the first day I walked in, I found out you guys run the treasurer's office in Excel. Now, that is, in my mind, very scary because I don't know if all of you work in Excel, but it's very easy to change data. And not intentionally, I'm not speaking intentionally, but for example, when I was doing part of the first contract, the data that I received was a copy. And when Markham or Melanson at the time came on and I submitted the information to them, our numbers didn't match. And it was because the data I was given was not the correct data. So I had worked on an Excel spreadsheet that was not the up-to-date version. So I had to recreate, not 100% because I was able to kind of go back and forth. And I recreated the data. We now have an Excel spreadsheet for 22 that worked. So that being said, though, you can see why it can be very scary for me to come into a city your size and see you guys are on Excel. And I hit that home because it's a lot of work. It's not a bad thing, but it tends to cause a lot of work. The other thing that I walked into was there was 3 stacks of paper on the table. And doing a little research on it, looking at it, it ended up being that the city owed the IRS $600,000 plus in penalties, interest, and fees. So I'm stating this point because these are the things that I'm talking about that I like to focus on top of trying to clean up the office, because you guys are paying us, my group, my firm, to do a job. I tend to try and find a revenue source or reduce an expense to cover not only what we're doing, but to show in the future this revenue will be there when our services are no longer there. So this just happens to be a one-time. Well, actually it's not, because I did my history and you guys have had this happen a lot of times. Ironically, this is actually happening in other communities as well. But we took the bull by the horns. We investigated. It actually was the city's fault for just filing one day behind. But we contacted the IRS and they worked with us and we were able to get that down. I can't say an exact figure. We can get back to you on that. But it was, maybe $20,000, $30,000. But it's significant. It could have been the 600. And again, I say, this isn't the first time. So this has been going on for many years. We did identify what the issue was, and it just happened to be a one day, so it needed to be processed the next day, which we've since fixed. So some of the other things that are causing the city to lose money is unpaid fees for meals tax, Medicare, and we've since brought those up as best we can. We're trying to create a process as well. In the meantime, every time we find something, we're trying to create process. So the unpaid meals tax was one that the school is separate, and so we're trying to work with the school to have them send it to us, put it on a warrant, and wire it. So those have gone down as well. One big thing that I noticed right off the bat was the insurance withholdings is not reconciled, which is a hard one. It's definitely something that we'll have to work with the city auditor's office with. But knowing that they're not reconciled means that there is probably a lot of participants that need to be removed. So I immediately went to the mayor. We discussed that this is, again, a source of money that you guys are losing. After that, we also found in the office, boxes of checks, which is, again, one of those things that you find, and I've seen, this is not unusual, but that goes to identity theft. So in my experience, this has actually happened where there were boxes of checks in a community and somebody had gotten in and they took some and they actually had changed the check and removed the signature and they cashed a few. So it's one of those things that we need to be aware of. It doesn't happen often, but these things really do happen.
And just so we're clear on that one, and some of these other things, the standard, when we sign off, even with People's Bank, with our check scanning, they require that we destroy checks within 30 days. And there were boxes full of just checks thrown in. And when I talked to the staff, I said, why is this here? We were told, just throw them in the box, just throw them in the box, just throw them in the box. I found checks that hadn't been scanned, that weren't cashed, money that had been owed to the city, just littered around the office. Just so we're aware of the issues. And, you know, that's not on any, I mean, it's not on, you know, saying, you know, anything about anyone other than the way the office had been organized and structured allowed for those things to happen. And it shouldn't be like that, right? We should all agree it should not be like that. But that is what we inherited and what we're working on.
Right, and I want to stress too, I didn't walk a day in the person's shoes. I will never speak that these were probably not intentional. There's a lot going on in that office, and I'm sure their intention was, I'm going to get to that one day and I'm going to do it, and they just did not get to it. So whatever the reason, I can't say because I was not there at the time. Majority of them were secured in the vault, so that's a good thing. Since then, though, we've now kind of started a process of, after a certain number of time, we destroy them and they're taken care of.
Sarah, can you just put a time frame on this?
For which one?
When you came on board and when a lot of this was identified?
So the first, I would say the first IRS one was the first day. The meals tax, I'd say within the first few months. The insurance withholdings was within the first few months as well. The box of scanned checks, that was pretty much identified right away.
Yeah, I think, sorry, but I think to what Councilor McGivern may have been asking was when this all started, when your contract started. So there was a small contract that was put out to bid just to help with some cash reconciliation work. That was while the former treasurer was still here. That was a small contract that was awarded. And so that was before I was in this role. The mayor obviously was here, and other folks were in their respective offices. The work that you see laid out here essentially started the same day I started, which was September 7th, 2022. That was, the council took its action on September 1st, and on September 7th, I was sworn in, and a half hour before I was sworn in, I was summoned to the office to talk with the IRS, meet with Sarah, meet with Tanya, meet with the mayor, meet with Sharon Bittner-Willis, who is, along with Tanya, just an amazing asset to the city, and had been the acting treasurer, and really for 6 weeks did everything she could to keep the office afloat. And I would just say for myself, having spent time in that office, having worked in the city, what I thought I was going to be walking into, and when I walked in that day to the office for the first time, and what I saw was drastically different than what I had expected, knowing the talent that had been in that office with the former treasurer, quite honestly. And COVID, whatever the circumstances were, absolutely unintentional, but boxes stacked halfway up the wall, falling over, warrants strewn all over the place. I mean, there are some of you who've come down and seen, and the mayor has seen what we've done, and it gets a little messy again, and then we go back to clean it up. If you came down right now and looked at my desk, you might think, what the heck is going on? But you know what? It gets like that, and after a week, I clean it up, we go through it all, because we need to constantly be checking what might be slipping through the cracks. And we found quite a bit as we go along.
There's a few more things on there. Sorry. That's okay. So the other thing I want to say is that these aren't uncommon. Like some of them are uncommon, but this isn't anything I'm unaware of. I've seen this in different scenarios, size-wise, in other areas. So at least I'm familiar with what we can do to improve. It takes time, and I know that's not something anybody likes to hear, but it's just a fact, unfortunately. The other thing I noticed was the limited training of the staff. Now, the staff's there to utilize, and they're very intelligent people that we've worked with. I've enjoyed working with them. You give them a task, you sit down and work with them and show them, and they're willing to learn. I have had nothing but eager people in that office to work with. So I do have to say that. But I did notice that the training was limited, the knowledge, the depth of knowledge, right? So these jobs are one thing, but to really understand when you get a call about a lien, I'll say, and there's a building lien, and why is there a building lien, and taxpayers get frustrated, right? They're bouncing back and forth to department, and nobody has an answer. So those are the types of things that we're trying to train the staff at the same time, is when a question like that comes up, where did the knowledge, where do you get the knowledge? How do you contact at the DLS? Who can you reach out to get these answers that you might not know, or if we're not there, how can you get them? So that's how we've been working with the staff right now. Now, years of tax title is actually one of the ones I know we touch on later, but that came to our attention when, I would say a few months in, the tax title attorney came and did some work, and it came to our attention that tax title had not been done by the collector since 2018, which is important to note that if we did not take the 2019 taxes, the city could have lost the right to get those funds. Those real estate funds would have been gone. It's just a mass general law. So we had a very, very small window of opportunity to secure the lien in tax titles. So we'll talk about that shortly, and what we've done with that. But that is something that also kind of was a red flag that we have to do immediately, because we didn't want to lose the revenue. Again, talking about revenue and reduce expenses. Revenue would have been lost, and there's nothing you can do about it. You have to go and abate those. So in order to start, after we've identified a lot of these things, we had to kind of the history, Many people say history repeats itself. Well, this is definitely true here. It's been historically known that they're always behind. We fall behind as well, and we know that. It's not something that we take pride in. It's not something we're not aware of, but when you have situations such as losing revenue, it does not make it easier, and we have to get yelled at, and I understand. But I didn't want the city to lose certain revenue, because there's no going back again. You lose it, that's it. So being behind has been a common thing in the daily cash, monthly reconciliation, the processing of wires, and the processing of bills payable being done timely. I do want to say I've noticed as well, following the history that you guys have here, and again, being an elected treasurer at one point, these positions, everybody brings forth their strengths. It's very natural. If you're good at investing, you're going to focus on the banks, you're going to focus on investment, you're going to focus to make sure you get all the money you can, and that's good, that's great. But there's things that, as human nature, you're not going to, I don't know how to do that, I'm going to focus on this to show how much money I can make. Very rarely do you stand up there and say, yeah, I'm behind. I know I am. But yeah, I had to do this. That's a hard thing for people to do. So I do want to give the prior treasurers credit, because they were doing the things that they knew best. We had one woman who's excellent in Excel, and a gentleman. So that's what they focused on. And that's why you do have a good Excel cash sheet. It's very nice to work with. I worked with many. It's just for the size of the community. You shouldn't be using that. So you have an Excel, and you have somebody else who knows GLs, and they know the dailies and how they're supposed to be processed. So those were always up to date. But the tax title sat there, and all that lost revenue sat there, but that's what they knew what to do. So you can't blame them. I truly believe you can't blame them, because they were doing their strengths. So that being said, the lost revenue, again, we talked about bank investments, tax title collections, I also did notice that there were fees that we were not charging in tax title. So, instrument or redemptions. Hold on a second.
No, I can speak to that because on twofold. There were because the fees weren't appropriately placed on the tax title accounts when they're handed over from the collector to the treasurer's office because there was no process in place. One. So that meant if somebody came in to pay it off and we weren't putting on the fees we're supposed to, they just pay off what's in the system. Number two is the big fee that we charge, big, as in a dollar amount, not necessarily a percentage of the total bill, right? It doesn't matter if it's a $200,000 lien or a $200 lien. The Registry of Deeds charges the city a redemption fee, a recording fee, right? Anybody that's bought a house or deals with the registry understands this. We set that fee, and it's a pass-through. We pay it, right? So when we file that redemption, we have to pay that fee. We have to collect that from the taxpayer or whomever is paying off the lien. Well, a few years ago, it was less than it is now. And a few years before that, it was less than that. All the way down to $35. But it costs us $105. If we weren't updating those and the people in the office that were dealing with this didn't have that knowledge to understand what these fees are, to know the importance of updating them and putting the right information into the system, we're losing out on all that revenue. And that's not just potential revenue. That's an expense that we're incurring that we're never going to be able to offset. These fees are there directly to offset money that we have to incur. So just so we understand.
That's okay. And I'm gonna, that what he's speaking of is in the unnecessary expenses. So in the lost revenue, there's actually fees that we are allowed by law to charge for our admin. So it's like $10 for, posting, $10 for redemption. So those fees were not put on there as well. So that was lost revenue that the city could have because it does take time to do that. So as far as unnecessary expenses, some of the things, again, talking about reconcile withholdings. Now, that is a big one, and we'll get to that later for some dollar amounts. We talked about the IRS, the tax title fees, and also bank fees. So there's bank charges. These are, again, things that I look at when I go into a community to see where you guys are losing money or could gain money. So there was actually some banks that had no interest but were charging fees, and we're talking a large dollar amount in these banks. So since we've identified them and we've closed out those accounts and put them into a more higher yielding interest, which is obviously, he has mentioned, has made a lot of money for the community. So
and just so we're clear, when she says large dollar amounts, we're not talking about tens of thousands of dollars. We're talking about north of $1 million sitting in bank accounts with zero interest being accrued, where we were being charged a monthly fee. There was no activity in those. There was no need. And it was because, to Sarah's point about people's strengths and weaknesses, if you're focusing on things you have a strength with, but you're not thinking about the cash management side of it, you're not thinking about it in those terms, right? It's just, oh, well, this is where it is. I inherited it this way. And then when I looked, before I shut down that bank account, I did an analysis going back close to 10 years and saw the activity because I wanted to know, is this here for a reason? And it wasn't. All it was doing us is we were paying the bank to hold our money for us. When even before I got here with moving and gaining better interest rates, at least the money we had at People's, for example, was getting at least 0.25% of interest, if nothing else. It wasn't costing us anything, where these other accounts were. And when I tried to get a better understanding for my staff about what this was, they had no idea. They had never been exposed to that. There were spreadsheets, documents, different types of processes that were all falling onto one person in the office, and that was the treasurer, and that knowledge was never being passed along to anybody else.
And that cross-training is important, the knowledge for other, going back to this bank charges, and I won't, beat it down, but we couldn't just go ahead and move the funds. We had to do research, which is something we kind of were working with the staff to explain, that it could be a grant, a zero-interest grant that was out there that wasn't used or being or closed out. So it wasn't just something we can just hurry up and close and move. So the knowledge, talking about knowledge and cross-training and process and procedure, that's it, to the point of those types of things. Those are the things that you really need to have in the office to understand. So again, it's not just closing out, we have to do research as well. So now we know what the issues are. We want to know where we want to go. So how are we going to get there? How are we going to get this project? And it's not simple, but it's in simple terms. We have to get things more timely. I know Tanya would agree to that timeliness is important. It's extremely important. We also need to continue to increase revenue that will continue on once we're gone, and then decrease expenditures. And again, they seem simple, but knowledge is going to help in the long run. How do we accomplish this and sustain them? That's the big word, in my opinion, sustain. When we're gone, we want you guys to be able to continue on and not have to call somebody else in 5 years from now and do this whole thing again. So we're trying to come up with, or we've come up with, some sustainability. So to rebuild is a big piece. What's working, or what you've been doing, has not been working, and we've realized that, but it's not a bad thing. You guys have been able to maintain, but let's just get you a little bit more. So we're going to focus on, we've been focusing on revenue and expenses. Staff structure, the cross-training, making sure everybody knows the other ones. We've done cross-training in payroll. We're doing cross-training in bank processing checks. We're doing cross-training in the dailies. We're not doing too much with the cash book because, as you know, we're trying to go with Munis, which is still a step in the right direction, but they still need to understand the aspect of a cash book. So we've been slowly building on that in between their day-to-day work. So once the staff is once it's fully staffed and we have more time to sit down with individuals while they have a break, but right now it's kind of been, literally running. I mean, Lourdes and Rosa are running every single day, from window to seat to do this job to scan. So to try and put something else on them, every day is not really feasible, but we do it when she does have breaks. When they have breaks, we sit down and discuss it. This is kind of a simple version of what's happening now and what we want to happen in the future. So for revenue, the departmental turnovers. Right now there's 4 entries that have to be done from the department over to auditing. And if or when Munis is introduced and it gets implemented, it would be the departments enter the turnover and we validate. And then once we validate to prove that it's been in the bank, then the auditor can get the information and either accept it to the GL or can kick it back in question, and we can go over what the issue is. So the other one is state and federal revenue. So right now there's this 3-step process to get the GL. Our office gets it, we send it out to the departments, they research, send it back, wait period, then we have the 3-step entry. We've worked with the school. We had this discussion with, I believe, the police department, where they can have access to what they call vendor web, which we do in other places, where they can actually look up every day to see if the revenue that they wanted for a grant came in. So they're not waiting on us. They're not waiting to see if the state sent their money. Did their VEST grant come in? Does the school? They can actually look in, and I feel like the school department has been very receptive, and they look on every morning, and then they send us back the report they normally would, but they're not waiting. There's no lag. They're not back and forth. So that saves time. Currently, the treasurer makes copies of the daily work. We give it to the auditor. So then that's actually almost like a day-to-day reconciliation with the auditors. So at the end of the year, it won't be as lengthy, but that's what we currently do. But with the new Munis, once it's in there, attachments can be made. We can still provide that, but they would also be able to see it right in front of them if they so choose.
And just so to take it very simply, this first time, 4 separate entries, just so we're clear on what that means. We're talking about money that comes in the city, right? We're not talking about a grant money, the state sends us money or cherries. We're talking about the clerk's office collecting cash or checks, right? Or DPW, parks, Board and Health, wherever. Right now, the process is this. Check comes in to the department. The department takes that check. They fill out manually a sheet of paper. They write down all the checks. If they know the right revenue code, they put that down. Some do, some don't. And then they bring that down physically to the treasurer's office with 3 copies in triplicate. We review it, we stamp it, we sign it, we give back 2 copies. They keep 1, the department keeps 1 for their own record keeping. 1 goes in a secured box, and this is for fraud protection. It goes in a secured box because we want to make sure that the treasurer's office doesn't, and I'm not suggesting this is happening, but this is why we put these protections in place, right? Turnover comes in, there's cash on it. Maybe that 6 becomes an 8, whatever, the number changes. Independent of what we hand to the auditor, they will get their own copy. So we put a locked counter. That's something that we implemented with a recommendation of, or consultation of Tanya from Melanson to put this, and so the auditor's office comes down regularly and collects that. Now, the treasurer's office has taken that check. The staff at the department has put that information onto a sheet of paper. That sheet of paper is handed over to the treasurer's office. The treasurer's office now takes that money, deposits it in the bank. We take that sheet of paper. We manually enter from that sheet of paper into an Excel what that same sheet of paper says on a daily basis. Yep, this is what it is every day.
10 years ago,
Yeah,
when you were trying to implement this stuff.
and
This is like such a bad rumor.
and I agree with you, and that's why I said it from the outset, Councilor Bacon. And
People in the office that know.
but so this is where I want to get, right? Because this is the current process. So once that happens, and let's assume there's been no misentering of data or a transposing of numbers, right? We then take that Excel, we print out that spreadsheet, we take that spreadsheet and with all the backup, and we hand it over to the auditor's office. The auditor's office then has to take that piece of paper, the second piece of paper that's been manually entered. They review that, and they then manually enter all of that information into Munis. That's how the turnover process works. Once we get the new Munis in place, October 19th, mark your calendars.
What are we doing about this?
This-
I mean,
this is what
we've heard this for 20
No.
years.
Yep.
We had a person that was fired by Mayor Morse that was going to every department head to get every department head to use Munis.
Yep.
What are we doing, Mayor?
So can I just say, so we actually we got Munis, and I think this is the answer. We wanted to implement this sooner, but there's a few things that are holding us back that we need to.
Sir, it's been a year.
The GL codes, which we don't touch the GL codes, but they're not linked to banks, so we need to get those banks linked. And we had a meeting with Munis to implement it, and they stopped us and said we need to get these codes, all the codes that are in the GL, linked to a bank, and then once that happens, when the new system is up and running, then we can do it. But we need to get those list of GL codes associated with every single bank that we have before this can be entered, because we opened up the cash book. We had a whole day planned on this process to train, and we were unaware of it. So that's the roadblock, but that's not going to end. We need to get that, because this is not working. This is truly, and as you know, you've been saying for 20 years, this is the next step. We've identified it, and now we need to bridge. We need to bridge what these banks are.
And the reality is that you're right, it's been a year. I've been talking about this for a year. We've been talking about it as a city much longer than that. The reality is the current Munis operating system, the version we have, it would be like if we're running Windows 95 today. That's legitimately what it's like. We're still running Windows 95. We can't do that. It's gotten to the point where they can't even service us. When we try to have training days, the trainers that they send to us, they find out the system we're on, they're like, we don't even know how to use this. This is so old. We don't know. We're going to have to we're going to take out the Rolodex and find somebody that used to work for the company to show you how to do this, because your system is so old. Now, again, not an aspirational goal. Not the mayor has committed the money. It's there. It's been purchased. It's in a testing environment right now. It is going live on October 19th. I have, out of my office and my budget, procured days of training to ensure that this goes smoothly. This week at our monthly finance meeting, we talked about how can we expand on that. How can we use offices such as the tax collector's office, which currently they're the one office that the turnover process I just laid out to you, they're linked directly through. So we're going to use some of this to help carry us through. I share your frustration. I really do. There's no way to make that change without the upgrade. And the upgrade is happening in 4 weeks.
Mr. Chairman. When you say upgrade, I appreciate the software has been bought into, the training is beginning. Outside of your department, what about everybody else?
Everybody's going to be doing this, and what both I've been doing, and I know the auditor's office has also been doing, is working with departments to get them ready, get them trained on how to be better utilizing the Munis environment. And there are going to be certain things, when you read the financial policies manual that DLS has put together, I would encourage you all, if you haven't already, to read the turnover process. It is crystal clear. There is a roadmap there, but we need to have Munis to make it work, because it says specifically the treasurer's office will be using Munis cash book. There are modules on my screen right now that I cannot use because it was never set up. In fact, that was a decision that was made 20 years ago. That you look at some of these old DLS reports, and there's a citation where it says the treasurer's office opted not to use Munis. And that's carried forward ever since. I'll be the treasurer to put an end to that. If I do nothing else, that will be my legacy, that this is not going to move forward as it is any longer. It cannot, and I will use my authority as the elected treasurer, and what that means under the city charter and state Mass General law, to ensure every department is using Munis. The mayor's on board with it, but if he wasn't, it would still be happening. We needed him to, no, but it is.
But it wouldn't, if the mayor wasn't on board.
Well,
it wouldn't happen because we've been to that rodeo.
Well, then those departments wouldn't have the revenue, right? I would reject it because
I ask a couple of questions?
I have to sign off on it in order for it to be processed, and I wouldn't.
How far are we into the presentation?
I think there's just 3 more slides.
Yeah, a few more minutes.
Just finish
I'll expedite it. I don't.
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Okay. So expenditures, I'll go quickly through. This is a process that we would work with, is that there's multiple warrants going through per week. The DLS best practice recommended once a week. The wire payments are processed as checks. This is had caused issues in the past with outstanding checklists that they need to be cleared at the bank, so we're addressed that. Departments go through appeal process, which sometimes takes a long time. There's a vendor self-service option in Munis that can be utilized. The warrants, again, are put on the dailies. Once the cash book is implemented in Munis, that no longer happens. It automatically populates into the cash book. And reconciling the outstanding checklist has to be done manually. Again, when Munis can be implemented, we can upload those into it. So that's the future goal. So my understanding was the point of this was to explain what we want to move towards and what happens now versus what we would want to. So the implementation of this is a big part of what needs to happen. So to go over what we've progressed, this is, I think, the biggest piece of it. We talked about reconciling FY22 and fixing a lot of the prior year variances. Now, when we did the original contract, it was mentioned that we identified the variances, and it was supposed to be left for the treasurer at the time to take those variances, get the backup provided, and turn it over to the auditors. She had left prior to that happening, so when we came on board, we had to get all those variances, which we identified, but get all the backup, produce it, and work with accounting to make, or auditing to make sure that there was no double booking in the GL. We identified weaknesses in the office, such as there's no policies, or if they are, they're outdated, the procedures, and again, staffing. So far, we've worked on training with staff one-on-one, so they actually, as we discussed, understand what's going on. It's not an oversight, it's going in depth. We started implementing different processes to increase revenue and decrease expenditures. The tax title attorney, which we talked about, provided information. At that point, we realized that there were takings that were invalid, which again may lose the right for that revenue. So I then shifted, and we went and I brought in staff to work with the tax collector's office because we needed to make sure that those were valid takings. We were losing thousands of dollars by invalid takings and having to retake again. So between the 2019 and the invalid takings, we shifted and made sure, and she was able to get 2019, 2021, and 22, which my understanding, I think they said you're one of the most aggressive tax collectors right now, which is good. It's excellent. So she's kind of listened, and we've worked together to say these are the best practices, and this is how you guys can create the revenue. The next one is we started working with the payment plan. You guys have an ordinance which allows different types of breaks for tax title payments. So we have a tax title plan process that was created with actual forms, which again, once Munis is in, we should be able to print that right from there if they can give us a template. Speaking of the tax title, it was tens of thousands of dollars that would have been lost had we not approached Laura to kind of move through 2019. So the city, again, would have lost a lot of revenue there. 300 properties are now into tax title, addition to what we had prior to that.
And just so we're clear on that, about the number of tax title properties, the city traditionally has carried, and I'm not saying this is a good thing, right? But the reality is that we've carried 250, 300 tax title properties kind of annually. They roll off, sale of a house. If there's less aggressive collection, that's normally when it happens, a property sale, more come on. We peaked out once the 23 titles were handed over this summer at 513 tax title properties. We've brought that down as of today to 475 tax title properties. And we're still trying to get that number down lower. But just to give you perspective, when we talk about all these issues. I know sometimes the tax title piece kind of gets left off to the side, but it is very important, not just from the potential lost revenue, but making sure that we're getting these folks in compliance. And I think it's really not just a credit to Laura's department and her staff in the tax collector's office, but by working together, and the point I made about working with other departments and kind of breaking down those barriers of communication that had been existing. We're at a point right now where other departments are proactively sending applicants for building permits, dog light, whatever it is, to our offices, getting them into our door, and we get them into a payment plan. We have a system in place that had not as long as I've been involved in the city, I can't think of a time it's worked as well as it is right now. And what that means is money back, whether it becomes free cash or it's helping to meet our revenue goals annually, that hadn't been sitting out there, that maybe we'll get at some point 20 years down the road when that house sells. Just so we're clear on that piece.
So the withholdings, which we mentioned briefly, we just started the process of the withholdings. And as of this morning, we have identified about $132,700 that the city has lost. And we are not complete at all yet. We actually have quite a bit more. So this was, again, one of the first things I identified when I went in. The yearly savings will continue on because this is something that's been happening for many years, and that number will eventually grow.
End of presentation?
I think the last.
Oh, one more.
So just you guys have wanted to know what to go forward. Like, what is honestly what's the next step for us? So the next step is to make sure that there's a treasurer's manual in the office. This is overlooked a lot of times, but this will include not only the policy, but the process for these things that as you see from what we've been doing, we've actually have a lot of the drafts for these positions going. So we took the state best practice and the draft processes, which we've installed or are going through, and those will be finalized, and as something else comes up, we'll move forward to that. The daily turnovers are going to be posted much faster, whether or not the implementation of MUNIS happens in the timely manner. Monthly cash reconciliation, which again is, I feel as though we're in a good place right now with where cash reconciliation is. The trusts, which we started, we have a list of all the activity that's happened since 2016. We've identified an area where there was postings wrong for interest and withdrawals, so those will need to be corrected. Special revenue and tax title receivables. The monthly cash flow projections is another thing that's recommended by the DOR, and that is something that, by the time the completion of this project, that's something that should be, and we can continue, then you guys will have almost like a monthly packet to know what to expect. And if it's not happening, then you guys can stuff if there's repercussions or not. Biweekly payroll withholding reconciliation, which is what we've been training the new employee will be doing. She's slowly been working into that role, but that piece will be happening as well. And the ultimate goal is to close out the year by July 15th, which is an attainable, and getting the reporting up by July 31st on the cash side. That does not mean on the auditor side, because the auditor has more time to do things. And we just want to maintain a friendly and, a positive working relationship with all the departments and the finance department. And that is it.
Laura, Tanya, did you want to add anything, ask any questions, any comments? And I guess it's time for questions and answers, and I'm not going to take advantage of being the chair, but this MUNIS thing does bug me. And maybe I shouldn't have jumped out, but it bugs me, and I know Mayor Garcia bugs him. And it's just, it's deep-rooted. And the problems are in one department, Sarah, but it's every department that needs to get on board. And I think we have a mayor that's finally committed to that, because the last mayor went in the opposite direction. I shouldn't say the last mayor. We've had so many of those acting mayors in between, you know? But it needs, and there's no such thing as a quick fix when what we're talking about, but it's been a year. And we need and I need assurances, you know, where we're going. And maybe not where we're going, but how we're going to get there. Mayor, we heard you've committed to the Munis software, which I know is expensive. And I know not only is it expensive, but Munis likes to make their money, and it comes with the expense side of training. But when it's in place, you know, across the Commonwealth, it works. And it's not the only answer here, but it sounds like it's a big part of the solution. All right, I'm not going to hog questions and answers. Mayor, did you want to, I know you missed the last part, but it's, and I'm sure you've had this. Did you hear me yell at you? Did you hear me yell?
I did.
Yeah. I thought you were right there.
I was picking up my daughter from dance, and we were in the car, and she was like, "Who's that yelling?"
Oh. Tell your daughter I apologize. I think, outside of maybe Councilor Powell, and no offense, just it's his first term, I think and maybe Councilor Anders and Burgos, I think we've all lived the Munis part of this, or and it's not just the Treasurer's Department. You know, there was, well, I don't want to get into rehash that, you know. I think what I'm looking for is that we're going forward, and that we need to go forward, but how we're going to get there.
You're here.
And I think that's what the purpose of tonight is, and I know, well, I'll stop there. First to the committee. And Councilor Bacon, I know, has some questions and some thoughts, which we are going to get to, but is there anybody want to answer some questions and kind of share time on the mic so we can everybody get a shot?
Yep.
That wasn't pointed at you.
No, I know it wasn't, but you know, obviously these type of issues, this is sort of in my wheelhouse. You know, other people have their specialties. This is kind of my bag of tricks that I bring to the table. So I'll just start with a couple questions. I think it's important that we do be transparent with the public. When Donna Dowdle was hired to be the Munis coordinator, she was terminated by the former administration. And what cracks me up is the city, between her and two other employees that were terminated, that cost the city about $400,000 between attorney's fees, settlements, and all of this. And we actually let her go on a $60,000 contract. And after it was all said and done, we ended up paying her the $60,000 and we didn't get any services. So people need to understand that when people like me who talk about being fiscal watchdog, that's the stuff, you're just feeding me red meat, okay? And when I listen to, you know, we sit here and we say all the time, you know, everybody's so hard working and there's just running so great down here. And then I have to be the bad guy that points out where the bonfires are, right? Well, that's like my little slice of the world here is, okay? I'm the guy that goes there. I'm the guy that's more than happy to praise when things are great, but you know what? I'll be marched out of here, you know, by the voters if that's what they wish, but I'm gonna be truthful with people and say what is problems. And when $400,000 is basically lit, okay, with a match and just blown up, and then people say, you know, we don't waste government, you know, money around here, and went into a number of things about licensing fees that we're wasting and millions in interest and charges. And I mean, this is the stuff that drives people bananas. So here's the thing. I'm just going to ask an overarching question. Because first of all, Rory, I know you're a good person, a very sincere person. And on the other hand, Mr. Donahue was a nice and thoughtful and sincere guy. And Mr. Lumbra was a nice and thoughtful and sincere guy. And Miss Smith was a nice and sincere and lovely person. And Miss Jakowski was a lovely, wonderful person. Meanwhile, okay, the office is a giant mushroom cloud. And this has been going on for all these years. So what gives the public any more confidence that we'll be talking about MuniFin and the $900,000 I'm being asked to pay you, which I think is absurd and I won't be voting for. But I want to know, like, what is going to be any different now if we go down this, reform agenda for 2 more years, that all these other people marched in here, sat in the same exact chair and said, Mr. Jourdain, it's all getting better. And we've done all these rehab missions and we're doing this and we're doing that. And none of it was true. And it's still, as you articulated very appropriately, it was a mess when you got here. And what confidence can the voters of this community have that it won't be a mess after you leave?
Can I answer that one? Mr. Treasurer?
Yep.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Mayor, absolutely.
Absolutely.
You are the chief financial officer, and I say that respectfully because you're living up to it, and of course you can.
To that point, though, Mr. Chairman, an elected mayor is the chief financial officer of the City of Holyoke. The job's extremely complex, and to every point you just made, and that's what I worry about right there. There's 2 things going on, and both of them are working in tandem. We have this role here, and I remember when we appointed treasurer in there, and I spoke with councilors individually and say, hey, look, there's an outsourced person coming in who's actually experienced, competent, that can help kind of navigate the way of the land, do some work that we need to do to get things in order. But at the same time, as far as sustainability, when they're gone and when there's a new treasurer, we're working toward changing that position from elected to appointed. We need to strengthen the accountability for that position so that no matter who's in there, that they're going to be held accountable to the policies and procedures and the practices that we want. You got in front of you the Financial Management Policies Manual that the DOR helped us draft, and we're going to codify that. And that's going to also make sure that accountability is there too. I hear that we're working on also a manual. You know what? Let's take that manual and codify that too, because I want to make sure that whoever's in this role, the treasurer role, that person is, I don't want to hear, I don't feel like using Munis. Well, you know what? That's not what I hired you for. Now, if we're going to stay with an elected mayor form of government, that's why I want to get a CAFO in here. CAFO, much higher caliber person with municipal experience, Mass General Law, municipal finance, that it can oversee the work of the treasurer and work together with the tax collector. And then you have your checks and balance system between the CAFO, the executive, and our legislative appointed auditor. So that's the sustainable side that I'm been trying to work and get done, while at the same time we get the help we need. This is complex stuff. This is I wouldn't elect my dentist to be the city treasurer, or you know what I mean, or elect my dentist to be my dentist. This job, and you yelled, and you should yell. Everybody in here should be screaming. I mean, this is where all of our city's accountability is right now, and we're missing out on opportunity here to leverage these resources to reinvest in the community. That, you know what I mean? So that's to answer that question, Councilor, is that's what we need to work on to ensure that there isn't that opportunity where someone gets elected and they're very nice people, and the points you were just making.
Right. I guess, Mayor, that the concern I have is I think we need to do something. And why, we obviously paid like $300,000, and thank you, but to go and say we need to do 2 more years of this at 300 and 300, I'm not on board for that. I didn't realize we were signing up for that. I got to be honest, in the first place, that this was a 3-year mission viewed as, my concern is, where is it working right? Point me to the community. You cited a few communities, whether it be Dedham or others. How many, we have a staff of 5 people, right? I think I got it right. We have a treasurer, $85,000, assistant treasurer, $55,000, senior deputy treasurer, $53,000, deputy treasurer, $42,000, floating clerk, $39,000. So that adds up to 5 people. How does that compare to the Chicopee treasurer's office? How does that compare to the Westfield treasurers? I actually asked for this at a prior meeting. I never did receive that information. Dedham, I don't know what the population of Dedham is, but do they have 7 people? Do they have 5 people? I mean, show me, do we talk to Deb Wagner at DLS and say, hey, Deb, can you give me the 5 or 6, knock it out of the park treasurer's offices in Massachusetts, and we should be paying your gas mileage to go sit down with the treasurer of those towns and say, lead me to the water, and show me, what are you doing right? Why do I have to pay, God bless you, $1 million almost to a consultant to do this type of work? Whereas, what is the staffing of these other? They don't have these kind of problems that we've had in this office. We've had thefts in this office. We've had the sloppy paperwork in this office. All this stuff has been documented over many years. And we've got people that, hi, I'm Joe from the G&E. Send me $10,000, Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. Boop, and here's a check for $10,000. I mean, this type of stuff is still happening in this office. And then it's brushed aside oh, they're a victim, and that could have happened to anybody. It was a cyber, it's like we make excuses. And at the end of the day, if I was doing a lousy job, systemic year-over-year material weaknesses, they have a term for that. It's called you're fired, okay? And you just don't know what you're doing. So we need to hire people that do know what the hell they're doing. It's that simple. People make mistakes, but when you're in a system of material breakdown over long-term years, now, the reason this is allowed to have occurred is because nice, well-intentioned people, allegedly, and I ascribe the best of intentions to people that sit in these chairs that come to us. God, I hope people aren't just totally buffaloing and lying to us, but they're told, and this is why I asked this intro question, is we're doing X, Y, Z, and it's all going to be better, and if you buy into this plan, we're going to do. So the credibility now is 1 treasurer, 2, your 5, 6 treasurers down the line that this isn't changing. So my question is, why don't we model and how is our department compared to departments that are like a Chicopee or a Westfield or some of these others that are going really well? So can you give us your thoughts on that?
I can, and I cannot speak on Chicopee or Westfield because I didn't work in either one of those communities. But I can speak on Dedham and Quincy. And first of all, it does have to do with Munis. And not even Munis, it could be any software, whatever the software is. So I think that's the first part. The other part is talking about accountability. So I think and you spoke about the CAFO. And until a CAFO comes, then I think one of the things we can work on, which I think Mayor Garcia and I discussed, was we have no problem producing a monthly report to show these are the steps, these are the roadblocks, kind of like what we described. Again, we have a staff that comes in, so we can produce where we are, where the roadblocks are. If there's something you guys are finding or concerned about, we can work with that, and we'll work with it, and then we will be held accountable, and we will stand here and we will take what is being held accountable because that's our job as a consultant. And you please speak to Deb Wagner and ask her about the communities I've worked in and my team has worked in. I'm proud of what we've done in the past and how we do succeed. And unfortunately, it is a long process. I can't discourage you from feeling differently, and I absolutely can respect it because it does seem like a lot of money. But this has been going on for 20 years, and it's very hard to get out of that situation in just a year. And again, what I was trying to show was that we understand that. We understand the cost, and we do not want the taxpayer to have an increase in their taxes. So by offsetting that, we do know the areas where there are issues, and we're going to get those done to generate the revenue to offset so you guys will have a clean office. So all I can suggest to make you maybe see where we're at is, again, produce a monthly review and
How about something more systemic, though?
Okay.
Give me the reason, like, if this was the private sector, right, of course there would be way more accountability. These people probably would all have been long ago fired. So my question is, like, please answer my question. We have 5 full-time people in here. Do you know, is this the appropriate amount of staff compared to what another department has? Because, in another city?
So yes, if it was fully staffed, I believe you may have one less person than should needed, but that's only because of the process. I think once Munis is implemented, you wouldn't need that person.
So 5 is a good number of FTEs?
I believe it is a good number.
With Munis?
When they are fully staffed with Munis.
6
yes.
without Munis?
Yeah, I would say 6 because you would need that person to fill the gaps of things that, just like we discussed, that take an extra 4 steps to do.
So we're not understaffed. We're misaligned process-wise.
Which is what we talking in that presentation about restructuring and what the titles of people are. And the other piece you have to take, you may have those 5 staff, but as I mentioned, they weren't fully trained to do the work. So a lot of times from what just from what I'm noticing in the office was that the treasurer knew a lot. They knew a lot, but they were holding on to it and weren't training. So I think you may be fully staffed, but let's focus on the training piece as well to get the 5 staff cross-trained. If there's a gap in there, get them to where they need to be, and then the treasurer can oversee and also do the higher level things to make sure fraud protection, we talk about a white list so that doesn't happen. Speaking of what you had mentioned, there's steps that the banks take where that should be avoided and can't happen. So that's something we discussed as well, making sure, and we've already reached out to the bank about that they need to create a white list, and I believe they have, and it's kind of similar to uploading. So to answer your question, I do not believe you're understaffed if you had the systems and the staff was well trained. We're getting there. You do have a couple of shortages right now, but they're going to be filled. And then also in some of these communities, the payroll is not held within that office, the treasurer collector's office. It's actually held almost like a separate area because they need to have quiet, and it's part of the treasurer, but not really within the treasurer's office. So that's another thing to just consider. I can give you a couple of examples if you want. I don't know if I have your email, but I can kind of coordinate size with what you have and reach out to these communities to see what works and what doesn't work.
If you could share that with your presentation when you send it to Jeff, and he can share that information with the
Sir, and anything please share through Jeff, and Jeff will get it to all of us.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
Dedham's got a population of 25,000 with a medium household income over 108,000, an average household income about 138,000. Sounds like a nice community.
What community is that? I didn't hear.
Dedham.
Dedham is a nice community. Yeah, they are. But they had their ups and downs too. Again, they had a lot of the turnover and issues that were addressed. So, I think the restructure give you guys a couple of different scenarios, even considering what system they use. Treasurer collector is going to be a little bit tough since they're separated. Most of them are together, but I think we can kind of include what the collector has in her office, and almost consider that part of it.
I have other questions, but I'm going to stop there
Okay.
to let others.
And if I could just, there was one question I think you had directed towards me that I'd like to answer.
Sure.
And you actually, in some ways, answered it for me, because you're right. mushroom cloud, disaster, the language that you used. What assurances can anyone
What's different
give?
now?
What's different now?
Right. Because everybody else said the same
Yeah,
thing.
no, I understand that. And
Yeah.
so what I would say is it all comes down to accountability. The current structure of the treasurer's office being an elected position, who are they accountable to? The electorate, right? The voters. If the voters keep them in office, they keep them in office. That's what we have. And then within that office, issues with staff, are they doing their job? Who is responsible for them? Where's the accountability there? The treasurer, the elected treasurer. If you have an elected treasurer that isn't managing the office, isn't managing the staff, who's going to discipline the staff? Who has the right to? Nobody. Nobody does. Which is why I've been in front of this body numerous times pleading. I mean, I'll get on my knees if you want me to. And we might be a little too late to the game at this point with the timing that this position should no longer be an elected position. If it was an appointed position by the mayor, by the council, whomever,
Right.
there would be accountability. You said, and then Counselor, you answered the question the way I would. They should be fired. You can't fire. I could, and I never would, right? I could just stop showing up to work, right?
Right.
And there's not much anybody can do about that.
Well, I will say there's a couple things. One
You're right.
says the voters did fire one of the
Yes.
treasurers. Okay, so
Yes.
the voters, to their credit,
Absolutely.
if given the correct information, the voters are pretty smart people.
Yes.
And I think it's incumbent on all of us to educate the public.
I agree.
And so to their credit, they did the right thing, in my opinion. That was my opinion at the time. I think it was in 2008. Number two, as far as, us having accountability in that office, part of the problem is a culture here of we don't even have performance appraisals. Now, to your credit, we're working towards doing that. We have no system where we actually even evaluate people, where if you're doing a good job or a bad job, because the mayor should be able to come in, who's also elected, right? And by the way, we've had a vote, and the public at this point has wanted to stay with an elected mayor, right? But the mayor should be able to say, hey, give me all the performance appraisals of the people in your office. Those don't happen, right, today?
They will.
They will.
No, but they are. They're currently, no, but just so we're clear.
But that's a new change.
It's a new change. Oh, absolutely.
But I'm saying
But I can't speak, Counselor.
But hear me out, though. We're literally having that conversation in 2023 that employees should have an annual evaluation. Like, it's literally caveman and fire over here. Okay? So I've gone on enough. Thank you.
That's why, Counselor, I say that, and we've had this conversation, that our form of government is the management of our city is dependent on elected office. And so the structure we have, and you're right, the voters, they vote and they do but I can't wait 4 years for the voters to vote out somebody who might not be doing their job well.
No, agreed. I think we're all on board to do it, but I think what you've heard from the council, and not to push back on that, the reason I don't think the proposal has gone on fast roller skates here is we're looking to, and I believe, and I'll let my colleagues speak for themselves, because I think we're all on board, is what does the CAFO do? How do we have the segregation of duties between the CAFO and the appointed treasurer and the auditor? We have checks and balances in this system so that it isn't all these people just reporting up to the mayor, and we have in our charter. So my point is that all needs to get laid out.
It's all
with
in the
job.
manual.
Okay, we need to have that all laid out, who reports to who and all of that.
So it's all in the financial policies management manual.
Okay.
That I think is coming in front of ordinance. Well, I think it didn't get onto this agenda, but hopefully soon.
All right.
It's identified in there, and you're right. Like, it's got to be clear whose role is what, when, who's accountable to who, and it's all in there, and we want it codified.
Org chart, yeah.
Yep, and we want it codified.
Well, you and I filed that together, so
Yeah.
you already
Yeah, yeah.
know I'm
So
on
you-
board.
Absolutely.
But when it comes to checks and balance, and I don't want to get into this, we're into it. You can't put everything on top of an elected official's shoulders in room one. That's what it comes down to. If we're going to change this, then this body needs to become a big player in a big part of this scenario. And I'm gone, so I'm not even talking about myself. And I'll give you the perfect example. Who fired Donna Donald?
Who what?
Who fired Donna Donald?
Right?
Room one.
That's right.
Especially, Donna Donald was a paralegal with a lot of talent, who came to her boss, who came to us. We went to the mayor and got her on a special assignment for at least a year, if not more, to go department by department and convince some people who needed a lot of convincing of why Munis is the way to go. Who fired Donna Donald? We have a mayor right now. If you were going to be there forever, why don't we just, stop the mayor being elected? Who'll be your board of directors?
I treat you guys like my board of directors. Actually, since you mentioned that,
Did you notice things are starting to work a little better?
I want a performance review, by the way, so we got to talk about that eventually.
Hey, you got to think about that one.
Might put you in for a raise.
But I mean, this.
Oh, please, no.
We're old, and we need to get on. But
Yeah.
I know Councilor Bacon's been patient, but we point the auditor up until Tanya. The auditor was appointed off a civil service list in Holyoke.
Wow.
And we had Magic Man, who once we appointed him, he was autonomous. That's a true auditor. Poor Tanya doesn't know, do I report to the mayor, do I report to you guys? What am I supposed to do here? We appoint the tax collector. We appoint the assessors. That's a little separate from all this, but important, because we want assessors to be independent and doing what they do and doing it correctly, which we've been fortunate about that. But think about it. The other elected official, which I agree, it's time to change, but it's not just changing the treasurer from being elected. It's the whole system. It has to bring a lot of thought into not so much what the responsibilities and the chain of command is. What are the checks and balance when the wrong person goes into one of these positions?
Amen.
And it can't just, it can't fall on, it could fall on your shoulders because you would do the right thing. But down the road, is the next mayor going to do the right thing? And I can tell you stories about a mayor who sat there with an acting auditor and looked at the chairman of the finance committee, Ray Fair, and I was sitting in your chair, Sarah, and we already told this person, you got to share numbers with us that you share with the mayor, right, Sheriff Auditor? And I heard this acting auditor, because we didn't know the auditor was our position, Mike Mannix figured this out, looked at the mayor and said, what do you want me to tell him? That's how we got Brian Smith. Well, there's a longer story to that, but we're going way off the tangent here. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to bring the discussion to a little different place. So based on your presentation, I'm real clear about all the problems, but I already knew about those because I actually read the auditor's reports. And I've been involved in turnarounds in organizations. So I understand the process. And I'm clear about your future goals. What I'm not clear about, and this would be where I would be looking for a written report that said, this is what we found when we started, this is what we have fixed, this is how much you spent, and this is how much we've saved. In writing, in black and white, where I can see what we got for our money. The other question I would have is, a year in, you're a consultant, you're coming in, you're discovering our problems. It seems that our tax attorney discovered some of the problems, and so some of it was linear and sequential rather than coming in, doing a macro analysis, saying you've got 8 major problems. It seems like it was sort of linear and stuff came up
and it was jumped on as it came up. And, you know, things can all turn out okay, happening different ways, and I'm good with that. But what I'm lost on here is a year in, I don't have any clear picture about what these 5 people in the office are now understanding, trained on, doing independently and correctly. I don't have any sense of that. I've heard the problems and I've heard the future. But what I would like to understand for the $300,000, because the largest impression that I'm getting is that you and your team are doing the day-to-day work. That is the largest impression I have so far from this presentation. And in my experience, the role of the consultant is to come in, analyze, teach, implement processes, or say to treasurer, you need to do this. Here's the book, do it. But I mean, you're not an accountant. And I mean, you never pretended that you were. And, you know, some of us were of the opinion we needed an accountant in your office because accountants, by their background and their training, know certain things by looking at that pile of papers or that box in the cupboard that if you're not an accountant, you don't know. So, I mean, that's not your fault, but it is a reality that we're dealing with in the office. And so my concrete question is, and I would like to see that summary sheet.
So the good news, so we actually have that drafted, and I wanted to come to this because it is such a, it's broad. I could probably go on for another hour about this, not that anybody wants to. But I'm glad I wanted to present it after I got a better understanding, and I'm glad because one of the things is more about what he mentioned about the structure. And I actually did not include, I included the structure piece, but I didn't include what the employees are doing. So I will insert that as well of who's doing what and what they've improved on and what trains
right,
they've
but
done.
I just have one fundamental question, which is on these core functions, are our employees that have been working with you now for a year independently able to do these core functions timely?
So just real quick, I just want to make sure we're very clear on your point though, because I do want to, let's say, our answer. There are not currently 5 employees in the treasurer's office. That's what's budgeted for. Prior to this fiscal year's budget, there were 4 budgeted employees. One of them is a shared position between the tax collector and the treasurer, okay? And we're now down, thankfully, and this was based on a recommendation from Sarah and in consultation with the mayor, the council approved the creation of a deputy treasurer position. It remains unfilled. The floating clerk that is shared between the tax collector that had been filled, that person moved on into another position outside of our offices. That position remains unfilled. We have more interviews tomorrow. Unfortunately, the pool of applicants has been, all right, but not ideal. But I just want to be very clear that since I took over in this office, I inherited 3 staff, 2 of whom had only been there for about a year, and neither of them had been trained. Okay? One of them is now gone, and Sarah can speak to the training that's happened. Since then, we've added these positions in the budget, but we haven't brought them on board.
So how many people do you have working in your office right now?
I have 2 people. I have an assistant treasurer, and I have a senior deputy treasurer. And just so we're clear, the senior deputy treasurer is essentially the payroll manager for the entire city of Holyoke. And that's all on the shoulders of one person currently. Now, again, we're trying to hire, we're trying to bring people in, but it's not like it happens overnight. And, that means, I know I've talked with Councilor McGivern about this, something that's been brought up, perhaps at a certain point, we need to have a conversation about making a transfer from those lines into a contracted service line to bring on some support. Maybe it's to, help defray some of this, but that's where we're at right now. There are myself, and 2 people in the office.
Okay, so let me just ask the same question to you and about the 2 people that are there. Are the 3 of you trained up, able to do whatever necessary functions you have to do in a timely way after working with the consultant for a year? I don't
Can I
know what they
respond?
are, and I'm just asking it as a general thing.
I'm just, is it okay for me to
I've been
respond?
one, please,
Okay.
yes.
Sure.
So I have been the collector for 22 months, and I have been through 3 treasurers.
Right.
Prior to Mass Munifin coming in and Rory coming in as the treasurer, there were people in positions who had absolutely no idea what they were doing. Office staff.
Right.
And there were several conversations had about, I would ask a question because I was new and I was,
Right.
inquiring about things that happened in the treasurer's office. They could not answer. They did not know. They simply knew how to press buttons. They knew how to confirm a wire over the phone. Now, after Sarah and her team sitting down with both Lourdes and Rosa, training, walking through policies and procedures, explaining why they are doing what they are doing, Lourdes, who's the assistant treasurer, has grown in her position immensely. I have seen it with my own eyes. I don't know how you quantify that or
Well, no,
put
but
that
that's
on
exactly
paper
what
for
I'm
you.
asking.
And this
What you're
is
answering.
solely my opinion and what I have seen. But Lourdes and I share a room, so we feed a lot of things off of each other. We talk about a lot of things. When I came into this position, my strongest suit was that I knew the registry of deeds. I knew about that factor of it. So there were some things that I could provide for her that she had no idea. There were a lot of tasks in that office that were solely kept to the treasurer that was in the position at that time. And then in fairness, Sharon came in as acting treasurer and kept the office afloat. But I can 100% tell you without a doubt the growth that I have seen in that office with the office staff it's immeasurable. And what Sarah and her team has done there and provided them the confidence to ask questions, ask the right questions of the treasurer, to take a lot of stuff off of his plate has been incredible. It as the tax collector, knowing what I have to do, that our offices have to work together, and complement each other, that's finally happening. And that didn't happen in my first year in this office at all. And my success as what I have done is very, very much so attributed to what Sarah has taught myself, even though that's outside of her scope. She has taken the time to show me the proper way of doing things. Something like a tax taking, I don't think anybody has experience doing that unless you've been a tax collector. That's a really important function that was completely swept to the side. And so it is because of Sarah and her team and the knowledge and the resources that she has. So you're talking about going and sitting with a treasurer that has all this wonderful knowledge. That's Sarah. And it's the knowledge and the resources that she is bringing to our offices and the assessor's office and these other financial departments that it requires for a functioning treasurer's office. It's happening, finally. So I haven't been here for 20 years. I have been a resident of this city. I know things that have happened. And just as frustrated as a resident as I am a tax collector, but I can tell you that finally, things that should have been happening are happening. And come sit in our office for 2 days. It was fires, putting out fires this way. And I know you've heard it, but I can tell you without a doubt, these things that you want to have happen, that I want to have happen as a resident of this city, are finally happening.
Okay, I appreciate your feedback, and so I do want to follow up. So what I'm hearing is at least one person in the office has sort of upped their game with the support of the consultant in a huge, noticeable, functional way, and that's great. And so that's what I was trying to get at. but I'm still in the place where it seems like you are our treasurer.
No,
But I mean,
No, no,
it-
I
understand.
And I understand that. So about my own growth
As
and training, yes.
function.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
So,
speaking of the function, please let
Yeah.
me finish.
oh, I'm sorry.
So, that's what I'm seeing, and I'm seeing, because there's 2 open positions also, that there's that staffing gap. And so, what I'm trying to put together in my mind, because we've already spent the 300,000, and when you provide that summary, that will be very helpful for thinking about spending more and what it would be for. But I'm hearing a great argument sort of for outsourcing too, because recruiting is so difficult, and to get qualified people, I'm hearing in all arenas is a great challenge. And so, that outside contract is essentially what you are. Functioning as from what I'm seeing.
And it's part of it. We do parts, because there are parts that we need to do to enhance the office as well, and with the direction we're moving in, and how we're creating process and procedures. I can be on the outside, kind of like the state did, and they gave you a great overview. But we also have to do some of the work to know and understand, especially when staff comes and they have questions. We couldn't answer them. We can now answer them. And the training that's given, there was the other piece of it where we have the new withholdings. I don't remember Damaris's, but Damaris has been trained as well. So she is another function. I spent 2.5 hours with her today. I spend at least an hour or 2 every week with her, training and learning these pieces. Now, when Rory and I are together, a lot of times this is what, we'll just use the dailies or the cash book. So we're going through reconciliation, and these are the pieces, and how do you process these? Now, everything is not to where we want it to be, but it does take time. And if there's specific things that you're looking for, I think I just need to, for qualified, I understand what you're saying. I just want to know what I will do. And I didn't mean to interrupt you, because I know you've been trying to speak all day. Is I will go back and I will sit down and I'll go through the functions of, we train a lot, like Laura was saying, but I'll have to focus on what I have shown Rory, and Rory's doing a lot of these implementations with the interest and the banking, and and that's the structure we were talking about, and what his duties are.
I don't want to micromanage the process. What I just want to understand is what the outcomes have been for the investment of the $300,000. And then I want to understand, if I'm going to vote yes for another $300,000, what we're going to get for that. If what we're getting for that is filling the gap of 2 staff people that cost $160,000, okay, I can reconcile that. If it's something else that is going to give a return of cash to the city, that, okay, first year we paid you $300,000, but you can show us what cash came in.
Yeah.
I mean,
actually,
that's
the
numbers.
Actually, and that's actually, we were trying to, and I was sitting with Damaris, because I think you will be, I don't want to say pleasantly surprised, because the fact that this money was going out when it shouldn't have been, I think those numbers will be, I did touch on them a little bit, the IRS $600,000.
Right, and that did come and get reported to us, that particular situation, and that was great.
Right, and the withholdings, we're getting lots, I mean, it's going to be close, if not exceed. I'm not even going to estimate, but I'm just saying within one day we were able to produce that income and the increase in fees. So I'll try and come up with a more tangible number for you, because I think right now we have estimates, but I'll see if I can come up with at least a range for you, because they will change as Damaris finds more. But I think
you get generally where I'm coming from.
Absolutely.
And what independence of function do we have now? So if you were gone tomorrow, would we be reconciling our cash timely? Which core functions would the office be able to continue to do independently if you left tomorrow?
Can I answer
that's
that? Because I can answer
Sure.
that.
And I will also
that
include that.
very simply.
Sure.
The 2 things that would happen, and this is because of I've taken the time to learn how to do these things in this role, because you wouldn't have to do payroll unless you were in this role, right? Like, I've never,
all the other things I've done in the city, I've never had to produce payroll for the entire city. I'm very happy my one payroll person was able to take a vacation this summer. And she was able to do that because I ran payroll by myself. I wouldn't have been able to do that if not for the guidance and training, of Sarah. And so if she was gone tomorrow, we can do payroll. If somebody leaves, I always am saying in the office, we need to plan for, if I get hit by a bus, my staff keeps saying, don't keep wishing it on yourself, but if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, you need to know how to do these things. And that has not happened, full stop. That has not happened.
But it
up until now.
It is
now.
happening now.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to get.
Yes, so payroll functionality has been cross-trained across the board. Tax titles, and I'm not just talking about being able to collect a payment. I'm talking about understanding all the nuances of the payment plans. If you're a residential property owner over the age of 65 who owes X amount and the assessed value is Y amount, you qualify for this payment plan. My staff now have the knowledge and expertise to be able to execute those. They present them to me for final review. Prior to that, those payment plans weren't even being produced by the treasurer, okay? And it was all being done on a handshake.
So tax titles.
Tax
Gotcha.
titles. So we're talking about money going out, money coming in, right? Those are two major functions of the office where there's still deficiencies, and this is where Munis comes into play. We're not
You don't
there
have
yet.
to sell me on
I know,
But
but
also AP, I do have to say that's one thing, and I can show you that, and then, I'm sorry, you can, so accounts payable.
Yep, AP.
It doesn't seem like much, but what we
No, I
did
know.
was, we created, and I'll share that with you as an example of the detail we're trying to go with this treasurer's manual, because we knew that cat was no longer going to be there. And so we took the time to create a step-by-step instructions to go into the manual, which is the goal for all these pieces that, I mean, if we can get to all, that's great, but, and I'll try and share that with you so you can see the detail we're trying to go into, because we're not just trying to train them, we need to give them to know how to look for things.
Well, and the frustration that you see is we were presented with a procedure manual for the treasurer's office, I don't know how many years ago,
Yeah.
but, it went into the oblivion. And so, and I thank you for that feedback. That is what I'm looking for to base my vote on.
And I'll say just a couple other things
understand.
too. Yeah, no,
That-
and
Yeah.
there's a couple other things that are very important. So the financial relationship with the gas and electric, I know we don't talk about a lot, but having a lot of this, and even when we might say, oh, well, some of the day-to-day stuff is being handled by a consultant, why is that? What does that mean for the treasurer? It means that the treasurer, myself, am able to go meet with these other satellite departments, right? Go meet with the school department. How can we improve the processes here? Because if you have better processes, we'll have better processes because we share the same systems. And in some cases we don't, and our two systems don't interact with each other. Our gas and electric had been reaching out to the treasurer's office, what they told me for years, trying to turn over cash, and the treasurer's office was completely non-responsive. What that meant for us is $183,000 that are now in our bank accounts that hadn't been. Okay, so those are the types of things that hadn't been happening that are now, both through my work and the work of Mass MUNIFIN. So there are many, it's multifaceted, and we are going to have this report. We plan on submitting it to the full council, and we'll submit it well ahead of your next meeting. You'll have that.
Yeah.
But I just really want to reemphasize what I started with. I hear the frustration, and I share the frustration. I might not get as animated, and the points about issues. There are lots of things that have happened in prior administrations that I disagreed with. There were things that have been brought up here tonight that I wasn't even working in the city when they happened, and I had to deal with the aftermath. And I'm learning from those lessons now and using that institutional knowledge to try to improve upon our financial standing, right? To help Mayor Garcia, to to help the auditor the best I can, to do the work they want to do, the work they need to do, to be responsive to the DLS, who's been here for 15 years at least, giving us a roadmap on how to move forward. But it is crucial to have a treasurer that's responsive, that understands the need and the way to bring people together, to facilitate these conversations. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, you are actually our first appointed treasurer. If you sit back and think about it, because Mayor Garcia appointed you through the council, and you are running unopposed this year. So in essence, as a practical matter.
Well, actually, Katie Jakowski was the same thing, and Sandy Smith was the same exact thing.
Right, but
same exact thing. No, as a practical matter, they were the same exact thing. A treasurer left and was appointed by the council and then ran unopposed, and a treasurer left and although one did run unopposed, sorry.
Well, skepticism.
I get it.
Mayor Garcia will take exception with the one of those elections, right? I believe his name appeared on the ballot at one point.
I remember talking about these very issues in the campaign trail, and here we are now, talking about them again.
Exactly, and you're in a different position now. So I do want to touch on the comment that you made relative to the financial policies and to the chairman's comment relative to the charter. Because yes, we will be taking up those policies, but the creation of a CAFO position is much more complicated because we have to address issues in the charter itself relative to the structure of the city. So it's
the policy
much
in
more
front of you
complicated than
doesn't conflict with what our charter reads. And down the road, when we do decide to actually officially change the charter, you upgrade the policy to reflect the charter accordingly. The CAFO is an extension of what I'm already doing. And what I'm doing today is both outward and inward, and we had this conversation today.
And I
CAFO
appreciate that.
is just the liaison to the mayor, facilitating has the powers of me, is working through the mayor, as it reads in the policy, until we can get to a point.
Right, because we're not there.
We can change charter or whatever the case.
Right. And I had one last question for our auditor, but maybe the folks in the room can ask it. I just wanted to ask her if she's getting all the warrants that she needs in her office, and you might all know that.
The health insurance? Yeah,
warrants.
No, I believe what you're referring to is the issue that's come up related to health insurance wires being sent out, not being placed on a warrant. Absolutely,
I might be using the wrong one.
What's the answer?
We're just about all caught up at this point, and not just caught up with last fiscal year. We've put the policy in place. Sarah and I have trained the individual, and now we have the correct process in place moving forward.
No, the question, though, I think you're missing a portion of that on that issue is, since you brought it up, is how is it that you're legally paying people when you don't have the legal authorization to pay them in advance? So how do you, who's hitting the button that says yes without legal authority to pay someone? How is that happening today?
I do actually have the legal authority to pay benefit bills like that. It's been a standing practice in the city for a very long time. One of the things that I identified very early on, which is why I came to the council during the mayor's first supplemental budget last year with the personnel director looking to bring on this benefits auditor, which we finally have in place and we're finally bringing up to speed, is that there was enough time where we didn't have to follow that practice. We could follow a different practice, and we're at that point now.
Okay, so I just want to follow up because now I'm more confused than I was before. So, Tanya, you just happened to walk out of the room when I was down to my last question, and then I'll be quiet.
We're talking about the payments for insurance.
The warrants or whatever that is.
No, without
called.
a warrant.
What I was asking is if you are getting what you need in your office at this point, given where we've moved from a year ago to now.
I have to say that Sarah did put a lot of work into doing the health insurance invoices, and I think you're also working with Damaris as well, you said?
Yes, we're getting to the process, and I think, and I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just was confirmed, yes, we worked again today, and there's a couple that she's having issues logging in, but it appears that possibility next week, we actually might be up to October in the new process that goes directly the way it's supposed to. So that, except for, again, we know one, but that's only because of an issue with what it is. So apologize for the delay. There's nothing I can apologize for more than that.
So when you say October, this is information that has to get reconciled before we can close?
No, October of this year, October 1st, because we pay the bills ahead of time. So the September 1st bills have been paid.
Okay.
And now we're getting everything all set. So that process that I said that I was trying to even get us better than we had been historically, as messy as things admittedly have gotten, right? We're at the point now where we're going to be ahead of the game, finally. It's taken much longer than I wanted, but that's where we're at right now.
I was under the impression, however, that in order for you to pay a bill, you have to have the approval of the mayor and the auditor first to pay that bill. Is that not accurate?
Sending money out, now there are certain caveats to that, right? Health insurance is one of those. Debt payments are some of those, because when we engage with them, we essentially say we're going to pay these things. There's a far difference between that and the scenario laid out earlier about an email and 10,000, you press the button and it's gone out the door. It's very different.
How do you know for certain that the payment, because you're really just the person who hits...
I have to pay the bill.
No, I get that you paid the bill, but how do you know the bill is right?
This is the flaw in the system that had existed. Bill comes in, bill gets paid. It says $100,000, you wire it $100,000. You have to do that. And then you move on, and the next month the bill comes in, $100,000, you wire up $100,000. And then after that's done, you follow up with paperwork that gets signed off by the auditor, the mayor, and everything, essentially verifying that the wire that was sent out was all right.
After or before?
After. No, after. That's the way it had been. That's the way it had been.
Oh, no, I'm asking about the way it is.
We don't care what it has been. I'm focused on the way it should be. It seems odd that you get the approval after you've already paid it.
Well, this is what I'm saying is that where we're at now is, and this is where we've identified all of these. When she says $139,000 has gone out the door annually, it's not just last year. This has been going on for a decade.
Right, but we're talking about now.
Yeah, so what we're saying is now we're finally at the place we wanted to be, which is going to prevent us from having those issues moving forward.
But define that. It's almost October.
Yeah.
Fiscal 2024.
Yeah.
Are you talking about fiscal 2022 or fiscal 2023?
I'm talking about fiscal 24.
We're up to date.
We're up to date, and we're up to date. And when I say October 1st, I'm talking about October 1st,
except for the
23.
So I worked with Damaris today with the list of bills for her to process. Now there is a handful, so when we turn them over, then they will be through October. Now, there are a handful, again, there was one, and I have the list in the office of the ones that are not, which is the dental. I believe Damaris got the last bills today.
I'm interested in health. I'm interested overall.
Yeah.
Are we reconciled through fiscal 2023?
With the cash or with the insurance?
With all of it.
Closed
not with
fiscal
cash yet.
2023. We're not
So
closed.
if we're not reconciled with fiscal
I'm sorry,
20
I thought we were talking about
health
two different
insurance.
things.
I
We're
was
talking about
health insurance.
Yeah, I thought we were talking just about the health insurance.
Health insurance.
Yeah.
And it's important.
What I would say to you is this. Fiscal 22 did not close. The cash was not reconciled until February, March of this year. Where we're at right now with fiscal 23 in September is that we're in a place where all of the cash is going to be able to be reconciled. We'll be able to hand over everything that we need to the auditor so that she and her staff can do their work to close the books. We just talked about this at the finance meeting this week.
Yep.
We talked about it in the mayor's office with the auditor, with everybody around the table. And we felt comfortable with being able to close the books, set the tax rate, and get free cash certified before the end of this calendar year, which is getting us back on track to where we had.
If we don't do it, we lose money. We should be doing it right now.
Right. So right now, we are in the midst of reconciling. Once I can complete them and send them over to Tanya, those warrants will be part of the reconciling items on our list. We have gotten through a majority of the bank statements. What's left are the AP payroll. The withholding ones were almost done today. So once we look at the AP and payroll, which is basically an outstanding checklist, which has to do with the wires, but the majority of the bank accounts have been reconciled cash and over, and now we have a tab similar to last year with reconciling items that we have already coordinated the backup for to present to the auditors for review, and we'll go back and forth. If they disagree with something, we can try and provide more. So that's where I'm very comfortable with where we're at with the cash this year, but until I can get things over to Tanya in her office, I can't guarantee until I know that those are on a warrant, and then I can put them on
So what is the timeline for this?
For the reconciling of cash. Right. I would like to be done with the cash by the end of October, middle of November on my side. That does not give, has nothing to do with auditing. I will let them decide how long it'll take, but on our side, our goal is to be mid-November, reconcile cash. If not sooner.
So if I can, Mr. Chairman, to our auditor, how does that work for you to have filed in what you need for us to be able to have free cash by December?
So for me, if they don't reconcile the cash to the bank account and we're off by any revenue, say there's missing receipts or anything like that, then that means that I'm reporting the wrong revenue. So for example, your deficits. If there's missing cash receipts in the bank account that we don't post to our general ledger and I report that to the state, then that's a deficit that will hit your free cash. Also, cash receipts have to be in the system to September 30th in order for us to be able to take advantage of the fact that the state gives us until September 30th in order to resolve our deficits. So I also only have cash receipts to the middle of July right now. So as far as filing free cash, if they wait to reconcile and it's not done till November before we set the tax rate, before we start closing out our books, then that's gonna impact all of our financial records. And we need to set the tax rate, so I'm gonna use whatever information I have in my general ledger because that's all I'm allowed to use.
Is FY22 now reconciled?
I don't reconcile the cash.
FY22 is done. FY23, as we said, is the majority of the banks. I'm being very conservative with my November date, and the items that the receipts will be, the items that I know or I'm concerned about taking longer are the AP accounts and the payroll accounts, which are warrants, which auditing does have. But as far as revenue goes, we anticipate all the revenue by September 30th identified. Now, Tanya, just to be clear, now do you need that posted or from us before September 30th? Because I know Sharon and I had gone back and forth last time. We had a list of items.
That needs to be posted.
Okay.
So if you give that to me on September 30th and we have to enter every single one of those cash receipts by hand, that takes time.
Okay.
And also I
Melanson
do.
and Heath, or whatever they call themselves now.
What's that?
Melanson and Heath, or whatever they call themselves now.
Markham.
That's what I said. We're last on their list.
Right.
Well, they can't do our audit.
We're
Well,
last.
that's my question.
We don't have to do our audit.
Are we ready to go to do an FY22 audit?
And DLS gets all this somewhere down the road, and they say, you got deficits in some
We're
scholarship
better
fund at Hoyok
this
High
year than we
School.
were last year.
Yeah, I mean,
We also need the vision and the dental. So like when you say warrants, like you have to consider like you're making payments that you cannot make. So I'm just gonna say this because that's not okay. You have got to have the mayors and the auditors. So I do understand that in the past, days may have been lagging, but I also have to say that it was days. Shouldn't be not days. 9 months. Shouldn't be days.
It shouldn't be any day. And agree. But even now, like you're talking about closing fiscal year 2023 and asking me questions of when I'm going to get my work done. And I don't have any vision bills. I don't have any dental bills. You have a dental deficit that we don't even know about. You have a healthcare deficit that we don't know about because the health insurance isn't processed. If the health insurance isn't reconciled, you can't bill the gas and electric. You can't bill the water department. You can't bill retirement. You can't. So when are we going to get those cash receipts? So to me, and I do understand it's messy, and I mean, we try to obviously help as much as we can. But for me, I can't meet any deadline unless the daily work is done. So I do super appreciate everybody wanting to go to the new Munis, and we want to do this, and we have big plans for that. But what about today? Because we are last on everyone's list because we put ourselves there. So if we put the future above our daily work and we can't get our daily work done, we're always behind in our daily work because we're so busy looking at the future, which means we're not meeting deadlines, and it makes us look bad.
And Tanya, I just want to be clear that the reason that I was asking you wasn't to try to pin you on your timeline. It was to understand how much time you need to be able to get
So I need months.
I just want to be clear about that.
So with Excel, you need 6 bodies.
Yeah.
If we get to Munis, which we're not going to happen overnight, but we're going to get there.
Yep.
You need 5 bodies.
Yep.
Right now you have 3.
Yep.
Plus a
Tanya said
consultant.
something to me that made a lot of sense. Why not go hire 2 temps from United Personnel?
Right.
To do some of this stuff while you're training the people of the future and working with the future.
And that was the point that I raised that you and I have also discussed, which is
I got it from Tanya. I'm not going to take the credit.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But yeah, I mean that's something we can certainly discuss. But I would also just say a concern that I would have with just bringing, and I've also seen folks from like account temps come in, and I've seen them come in, take one look, and say, oh, whoa, I have no idea what to do with this, and walk right out.
I know, and that's
Yeah.
why I
Yeah.
said United Personnel.
No,
not
not now, not
the
now,
only one,
Councilor
but
Bacon, not
United
in the
Personnel.
past, yeah. And
specializes
to that end, actually, the personnel director and I, along with the procurement officer, are meeting with somebody tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. specifically to talk about some of those things. So it's not falling on deaf
Because
ears.
even when you hire someone, you're still
Yep.
going to have a training curve.
Yep.
You know?
Yep, absolutely.
And I don't want to speak for the mayor, but if you think it's a good idea, it's a simple transfer of money, from the vacant positions to pay for temps.
I think anything's a good idea. We need to do what it takes
Yeah.
to get what's happening there. And I think Tanya hit the nail on the head when she made the comment about can't focus on future stuff when we can't get day-to-day stuff. Former treasurers were focused on day-to-day stuff and weren't doing future stuff. And that's the rodeo that's going on over there. And I just wanted to make 2 comments. Sarah's business model is to get in and get out. It's not to be an outsourced treasurer or whatever the case. I think our friends over the DLS, please take a moment and call Deb Wagner, call Zach Blake, call Deputy Director Sean Cronin, and they can offer you some insight about the level of help and support that Sarah has done for cities and towns. To the counselor's point, however, and I'm with them on this, we're going to need some sort of work plan and regular reports, Sarah and Rory. I think that they've experienced enough to make them feel the way that they feel today. And I think it's fair to ask that we need some sort of clear, tangible document that says, here are the problems, here's what we're working on, here's where we are, and if next month is a different picture, report on that. Something that responds to a visual you've laid out of what your work plan is and how we're knocking out those objectives so that it helps kind of show to folks that really don't understand this world. None of us here are experts in the treasurer's office.
Right.
But instead helps us understand, like, okay, this makes sense. Let's transfer over the $300,000 so we can continue the work that we're doing in there. It's very complex stuff. I think it was clear to me, I don't know about everybody else, but in that presentation, it was clear to me how complex and vague or broad that the tasks are going on there. But just know that what Sarah is doing is it's trying to get everything to work in tandem but we're going to need to understand that. And that's what I'm feeling like folks are not really grasping on the work that you're doing there.
I agree, and I think that if included in that document, which I think monthly would make sense, is what our anticipated goals are, what happened, and then the hurdles that we came upon and why it may have changed from what our initial goal would be. Is that what you're talking about? Or
A work
more
plan
like a timeline, like
with regular reports.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor Reagan.
thank you. What I want to see is how far from point A to point B in your goal you have moved from the beginning of one month to the end of the next and the end of the next one after that. Goals are great, visions are great, but we need to see, are we getting to goal? Because that's what we're missing here, getting to goal. Now, earlier in your presentation, you said you have 5 staff working here 4 days a week, generally.
Not all 5. I said I have 5 staff.
Okay.
We have somebody on site 4 days. I have
One
staff.
person?
Yeah, 1 or 2, depending on what we have planned for that week or what hiccups happen.
Okay.
So yes, it's typically 1 person.
Okay, so if you typically have 1 person and sometimes you have 2, and you're missing 2, they're kind of filling your gap of 2.
Different
But I know
tasks.
you're
Yeah.
doing
Okay.
different, you're doing bigger picture stuff, you're not just doing day to day, I get that.
They're not answering the phone, for example.
No,
They're not-
I totally get that part, but you are, to a certain degree, filling the gap because you are doing day-to-day work.
We're
You-
doing
not
a combination.
you're-
No, we're just kind of doing a
group.
combination depending on what,
Your group.
unfortunately, what happens that day.
You're stepping in.
Yes, yes.
Right. And so to me, that's an argument for the money, and I'd want to understand what portion of the money it is. That's just me. So, thank you. I appreciate it.
Sarah, Quincy, population 108,000, median income of 85,000. It's 2.5 times our size. With a median income of 85,000 in the suburb of Boston.
Yeah. Yes.
That's not what you did in Quincy. I think you
Good.
can
Glad
learn
you did.
something there.
Yeah.
They say it's still a good place to live because you're so close to the city.
Well, and I thought the tax title piece was an interesting, that's kind of why I was comparing it, because they had a lot of tax titles similar to you. So I thought it was a good comparison
Their
on that.
poverty level is higher, getting closer to what we are, and you
Yeah.
can understand a lot of that goes hand in hand. Councilor Jordan.
Yes. The reason I'm against having this model for 2 more years is that's just too long of a trajectory. We need results now.
Oh, I think somebody's mic's not on.
Oh, hopefully mine's
Wizards,
on.
no, he's yelling at me. I did it again.
Oh, okay.
Coughed and I turned my mic off.
2 more years too long of a trajectory. My view is that we either need to go much more systemic, like, do you need a payroll service to come in here and take over payroll? Maybe we should have that. Maybe we should have ADP or somebody doing payroll here. If that's something the office, whatever, we do that. Maybe we have to have, should we even have all these positions? Maybe we should just have a service that comes in and runs the treasurer's office. I mean, maybe,
I don't think it exists though.
huh?
So Sarah's model, it's to get in, help those communities, fix whatever.
3 years
and
is
then
not get in and get out. 3
That's-
years
that's
is a
the
long
problem with
time.
the office is it's so complex. It's not black and white. You don't go in 6 months, 1 year, and fix 20 years worth of problems, counselor.
Yeah,
you
but
can-
3
I
years.
mean,
is a
I'd
long
love to
time.
see you go in there, and we'll see what kind of the outcome we have.
Well, I mean, I already have a job, but I can only do so many jobs. I'm doing city
$85,000
councilor
a
at
year,
the
too,
moment.
by the way.
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe you want to give me 300 grand to go in there and turn it around, and maybe 600 grand. Tanya might probably take that deal. She'd like 300 grand.
Anything so that you could understand what's going on.
Yeah. But the fact of the matter is I just think we need more rapid trajectory to solution. And my personal opinion is it needs to be a lot faster than 2 more years at $600,000. I just don't think, I mean, that's actually, we're paying more for you than all the entire staff of the office. And to me, that just doesn't make sense. And that's not happening in other communities where they're spending $600,000 to get 6 people, okay? Because you've got your full-time person and then these 5 staff. For $600,000, that doesn't make sense. And so I think we need to go back to the drawing board of, we had you come in, triage all of this, maybe we have a transition plan, but we need a better, faster plan that is probably not even as expensive. And really look to totally change this around.
That just sounds like classic Holyoke counselor. Let's go.
No, what's happening is classic Holyoke.
Well, we're trying to resolve classic Holyoke. It's not.
Well-intentioned people keep telling us, they're fixing it, and then we're told that if we say give you more time, well, we've given all these years that I've listened to all these wonderful, well-intentioned people over many, many years, and we're told it's getting fixed, and it's not really getting fixed. It seems like it only gets worse. That's been what's happened for so many years, and to say that 2 more years and $600,000 more later, it's going to change. I'm not sure I'm convinced.
I think the difference here, though, counselor, is that none of us were here when you were here, and that's where I agree with the frustration. Because if I was sitting where you were sitting, I'd be mad
for
too.
the position, so you knew the problems, right?
I wasn't here. Rory wasn't here. None of us were here, and I think, in the last 1 year and 9 months, really taken to this bullhorn. And I mean, you've just heard a testament from your appointed tax collector, and actually any of the financial departments, if you bring in here, of their experiences of where we are today. It is a lot of money, and the work is going to be extensive, but we're untangling decades of a complicated mess that was created, which, again, I agree with the frustration. You're going to see the return in investment, but at the same time, we need to also change the systems, and that's not their purview. That's our purview,
right? Really yours, which makes sense. Yeah, I'm with you on that part of it.
So that we don't go backwards. So that investment doesn't go to waste.
Right.
No, that's all. We've been on we already gave you the story about Munis from 2012, right?
Crazy.
Okay, so we've been in support of that. I still am, and I support your plan on that. What I'm not supportive of is this notion that we need 3 years to teach the staff how to fish.
It's not just that.
Okay, well, then we need to bring in the right staff. We need a permanent solution, not a consultant that comes in for 3 years. We need actual hire the right people, pay the right whatever amount of money. If we can't have the staff and hire the staff, then we need to hire the service that's going to permanently take over the office and not have these staff.
But that service doesn't exist. Oh, well, that's
well, maybe there is.
I like that idea.
Hey, let's find out. I mean, I think it needs to be researched. They have a service. Maybe there's other services that are out there. Maybe we need to have a company that can come in and evaluate this thing and hire and retain and bring in consultant staff, whether it's account temps or whoever. I haven't researched that. I rely on the full-time staff to do that, but we've got to make this faster than 2 years. And after 2 years, you're still left. They're going to leave after we've spent $900,000, and we're left with the same 5 people with Munis. And I'm not convinced that's long-term going to make a difference. And as soon as those staff leave, then we're going to come in, and then the next person that's going to come in and say, well, I don't know what I'm doing because I didn't get to sit with the consultant. It's going to be a revolving door. This isn't going to fix the problem.
The piece, and I can understand your frustration. I've seen it. It's nothing that it's not new to me, and I understand.
Yeah.
And the only difference I would think and hope from past versus what we are trying to present is, one, we are generating revenue to cover what our contract is. So there would not be a tax increase. That was our first offset. This has to be done anyway. We've identified them and we're bringing the money in. But the biggest piece is, so when we are gone and when
No,
Lori's gone,
hold on. I don't
we'll have-
accept that premise, ma'am,
Okay.
because of the fact that in a properly functioning department, such things as not getting IRS penalties,
Mm-hmm.
that we're actually, not giving away our money, not having, I didn't even ask you tonight you said about reconciling the free cash. We had a $167,000 hit on our stabilization fund because the cash accounts didn't add up, right? So that had happened. We lost that in our free cash this year. Why did that happen? Why does this office say we have $167,000 in cash when in fact we don't have the money? So those are the type of things that I don't see systemically changing after you leave. Okay. That is my concern. And to say that by you coming in and we're not going to have tax penalties while I'm here, I'm glad and I'm thankful but again, I'm reminded that Chicopee runs a treasurer's office every day. And that's not the standard that, hey, we weren't hit with an IRS penalty. Great, we're doing a great job. Let's bring in a consultant in Westfield. So I want to make sure that we have, and somehow magically these other departments have staff and can find staff. For whatever reason, we can't. So I don't know, let's study what those are doing, and if we need to give everybody $10,000 more because we're not competitive, I don't know what the answer is, but that's a lot cheaper than keep paying $300,000 a year and lose millions and all these things because our people don't know what they're doing. I don't know what these people's backgrounds were, but that's sobering to me that you guys come in and say, well, gee, the staff really don't know what they're doing, right? And that's scary. What was the background of these individuals? Why were they hired? Were they qualified for the jobs? I don't know. But I mean, I just think
Crazy.
My personal opinion is this is going to spend $600,000 more, and then the system is not changed. And by the way, we should if we're going to fix this elected thing, treasurer appointed, we shouldn't be waiting for 2 more years. The plan on it was, as I read the legislation that was submitted to the state, was we'll fix this for January of 2026. No, I don't think so. We're not fixing this for January 2026. We should be fixing this way before January of 2026. I'm sorry, Rory.
No, Counselor, I agree with you. And just to that point,
then
I want to be very clear.
I want more of a fire here.
That language that was in that is what the state requires because it's an elected position. My intention, just so we're all very clear, my intention, if that had been on the ballot and passed, would have been to resign.
Okay.
Yeah.
And allow this body. I made that point clear when I had said that multiple times. That was my intention. My intention was not to stretch this out. It didn't get done. And this is where we're at. And I'm the only one that handed papers in. I'm the only one that did.
Right.
And I'm
kudos,
here, and I'm
kudos to
still
you.
here every day.
Yeah.
Okay? And if the council were to pass this, if we were to hold a special election, if the state were to allow this to change, I would be the first one to step aside and allow this council, this mayor, to appoint somebody into this position. I've been crystal clear on
Well,
that.
theoretically, we have an appointed treasurer. If you resign tomorrow, the position's appointed, right? So my point is we actually could have an appointed treasurer at any moment we want, right? That's all figurative in terms of the quote-unquote election. But because as soon as you resign, it's appointed. My question is, why don't we seek out who is the guru? I mean, you came in because you were asked to come in because you're a nice guy and you're well-intentioned and you love Holyoke and all this stuff, but you were the first to admit you weren't exactly on paper the most qualified guy in the world to be running a treasurer's office, right? You're just a guy with a good heart. My point is, why aren't we out actively recruiting the man, the woman, to run this department, whoever we want this person to be, and then you resign and this person takes over and we get account temps in here and get the pro team tomorrow, or at least get the plan in effect.
You're absolutely wrong, and I I have to draw the line here. I think
Okay,
you're
where am I wrong?
completely out of line. If he resigned tomorrow and he become, you're talking about an $80,000, $85,000 position, and you have to be a city resident. If you look at your list of candidates, people weren't jumping at the bit. I don't know how long it'll take us to find somebody willing to step in and do the things that Rory has been doing. And even though he might not, the guy has been doing more than so-called
We all agree on that.
competent people on paper.
Rory's doing as good a job as he can do, but my point is, why aren't we having a search tomorrow to begin to fill the treasurer's position? And as soon as we get the competent person, Rory resigns and goes on to do whatever great things Rory's going to do here, or be the assistant or whatever. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe, Rory, you're the assistant to the guru.
We're a city of 40,000 people with $170 million budget. And first of all, the fact that we don't want to invest $300,000 to fix something that's responsible for a $170 million business here is crazy.
600,000, but
over the course of
900 when it's 3 years at 300 apiece.
3 years.
It's a total of 3 years.
I think any for-profit company that is making, or maybe even way less than what we generate in revenue, will tell you that's crazy. But also, there are limitations that are going to, if we were to actively search, and we can actively search, but there are things that we're working on, that we're all actively working on. There's a huge risk for anybody who's competent to make a decision and say, hey, I want to take that elected position and leave whatever my career is, wherever I am, to go and help Holyoke, not knowing if whether or not they're going to be there or have a job, or it's still an elected position. Someone will actively run for it, pull papers the next time. Nobody wants to take that. That's a risk. It's a risk. The other thing, too, is for the level of work that's happening in this city of Holyoke, the size of the city, the amount of money involved, and then the problems that are in there, I can't think of any experienced treasurer anywhere that will come and take the risk, take a pay cut to take that role. This is the crap that the city is in right now that we need to change somehow. And it's not going to be cheap, and it's not going to be in the short term. And so what we have in front of us, the DLS has laid it out, I've laid it out in front of you, it's sitting in committees, people are taking up when they want, a blueprint on how we close this gap. Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to, the last thing I want to do is irresponsibly spend taxpayer money on things because I feel like it. I think I've proven enough to a lot of people in this community that we want to do systemic changes and do responsible management. But just when I hear that, and maybe we're looking at it differently, it's just, I feel like what is responsible is that we need to do what we need to take. And to everybody's point here, and I agree with it, we need a responsible and accountability. I want to see a work plan. I want to see reports. I want to see, because it is a significant amount of money we're investing. We want to be sure that we're getting, and also we needed to change so that we don't go backwards, because what's to say who the next treasurer is, who the next mayor is? Somebody will run against me in 2 years and I'm not here and I can't follow through with the plans. You know what that means? That means we got to move quicker in these changes, not the fiscal year 26 on the ballot. I don't know. I didn't know that. I was hoping we can do it sooner. But when I hear you speak that way, Counselor, it makes it feel like we're not against you. We're with you, and
I know. I just want faster. I want what you want, but I want faster.
I know, but my fear,
and I think
my
2
fear
years is too long.
My fear is
2 more years is too long.
My fear is that because we're elected and we're representatives, and we go out into our networks and our communities.
Right.
I don't want us to. We got to be united on the same page, because unless you're in there doing the job, it's complicated, it's vague, and I agree with you. There's people who came before you, said the same stuff, whatever, and you're frustrated, and that's why I want to hold these folks accountable to be sure that we're not missing a beat here, and be in the same rabbit hole another year or 2 years from now. But also, like, to make it sound like, this is crazy, this is irresponsible, this is not, you know, it doesn't send a right message out in the community that we're united in trying to resolve these issues. So I want you guys to understand what's going on. I think that we don't have to like it, but this is the reality of the situation you're dealing with, because no one back here is in there doing the off work. None of you guys are CPAs or elected treasurers, and neither is Rory, but he's in there nights and weekends through the guidance with Sarah, working with the DLS, trying to project manage this issue so that he could eventually get out himself. Because, you know, he said it when he sat in front of you when you appointed him. I don't want to be I want to go in there and help do these changes, which makes it easier for us, because if we did have somebody in there who's elected and who wants to, it makes it a little bit more weird and complicated to actually want to get anything done. But you got a guy in there that says, hey, I just want to make these changes with you so that things are functioning well, and then I can get out. That's what he's doing. And we're presenting the blueprint. It's going to be extensive, expensive. We do need to hold them accountable for sure. But it's just when you go to that height, counselor, it just makes it seem like it's them versus you, and that's not what it is. Like, we want to.
No. I don't accept that narrative, Mayor, and that is not what I said. What I said is these changes that you suggest, it could be being implemented beginning tomorrow, such as we want this highly qualified people to run the department. So let's get the posting out there. And when that person is recruited, and if that needs a pay increase or it needs whatever, and we're working on changing it from elected to appointed. I mean, this council passed a piece of special legislation to remove the council president from being the acting mayor, changed the date that you started as mayor and moved it up from January to November 15th. All of this was passed in the matter of a few months.
Yeah, why 26? I don't know.
So that's my question. That's what was filed with us, 2026.
Again, that's the language, just so we're all clear on that point, and I don't want to belabor it but I think clarity is important. That language is because the nature of this position being an elected one, and because the former treasurer left more than midway through a 4-year term, the city charter requires a special election. That is the election that I'm going to be on the ballot for this November.
Right.
The state will not allow, through a special act, the removal of an elected position without it going to the voters. And at the same time, when it goes to the voters, they need to vote let's say there wasn't a special election. Let's say that was not the case. Let's just say I was already elected or someone else was already elected and this change happened. It would be at the end of their term. Right. Because of the charter, it requires a special election. Because of that, the state is requiring that that person be elected, be sworn in, and that it would only revert to an appointed position at the end of their term, which in this case would be 2026, or if they sooner leave, which was my point, right? I'm not looking to give you a 2 weeks notice and walk out the door.
We don't want that.
But what I do want is for this change to happen. But that's why that language is there. And we can debate whether or not we agree with it, but that's what the state requires.
But my point...
Time out. Time out. It's getting late.
It is.
And we're not going to make that change tonight.
Right.
A good conversation to have for the future, but we're off the focus of, you got to wake up tomorrow, and we got to figure out how to fix bridge gap, what's going on there. Right. And we have a fifth member of this committee who is not feeling great, sitting at home, listening to all this with his hand up. So we're going to wrap this up.
Can I wrap up, though, real quick, one minute, Mr. Chairman, just on this point? What I'm suggesting, again, is instead of this 2-year plan, if we're actively recruiting the new leader of the department, the person that allegedly we all want an appointed treasurer, well, let's start seeking an appointed treasurer, right? And when that person is found, you resign and we put the person in the position, period. This is not actively going on. And so how are you going to get the appointed leader that's supposed to take over if we're not seeking the person? That's the part that doesn't make sense to me. And I'm afraid that we're going to be here without that person. I don't know when we're going to wait. We're going to wait 2 more years to put this posting out, or are we going to do this now? Okay? So that's the part that I think needs to be going on. And then at that point, once we have that person on board, we can also, with filling these other positions with assistant services, and whether it's account temps or otherwise, let's get this thing moving. If we need to do 6 more months or whatever the transition plan is, but we just can't wait, in my opinion, for 2 more years of teaching people to fish to fix this office. It's got to be much faster with a greater sense of urgency. So I've made my point. Thank you very.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, I'm gonna make this quick. So this question is gonna go to either Rory or Sarah. Just say yes, no, or I don't know. Has there ever been in the past cross-training in the treasurer's department, in the treasurer's office? Yes, no, don't know.
No.
No. Okay, so I'll tell you what I do know about this department. That it has a high turnover. High turnover. What do we know about high turnover? People are not getting trained. Things are getting messed up. And now the city is in a rut. So now we have what is, I guess, considered an unqualified person. Rory comes into this department and brings before us, last year, brings before us a huge mess of broken promises from past people, and within that turnover, high turnover, that could not do the job. And Rory brought this to our attention, and they're now acting on it. Now we're trying to fix this. We're trying to fix it so that we can get things running normally. Cutting corners and going faster is what actually got us into this. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. It's 11 o'clock.
Well, it was a good discussion and a very thoughtful, Rory, again, you guys are really working hard, keep slugging away, and thank you for this update. And I guess we'll have a discussion about, the plan, and nobody's got a monopoly on the great ideas here. I guess that's where we'll leave it for the order for the evening.
I can't negotiate anything legally, but publicly I can say, would your firm be able to offer some type of a shorter term connection?
Unfortunately, I have my reputation and I know what it takes to fix this office. And if I was to leave in a year, I don't feel comfortable putting you guys in that position after you did invest money already. And that's my honest opinion. I just don't feel, it's my reputation that has been very good across the state. So unfortunately, no.
That's a good answer.
It's the truth.
I'm talking about how we pay you though. All right. Are we looking at this order at the moment? It's complied with. Mayor, we've got your, I forget what you're calling it, financial.
Yeah, this was just a reporting of where we are and.
Yeah, no, I get
Let's
that.
just
But
comply
what
with.
the next steps are, I'm guessing you're going to make a decision after some discussion about putting something in front of us in form of a transfer. And 2, we already have, I forgot what it's called, the financial guide.
Policies manual.
That's what that's right.
That's in ordinance already, yeah. We were supposed to actually have a meeting on it the other day,
Okay, but it's
it had
before
to
the
get
city council
rescheduled.
somewhere.
Yep.
So I think, I think the conversation continues. The long term, obviously, but the short term, the next step is what you're going to propose and what we need to come to grips with. That makes sense? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Sarah.
Appreciate
Nice
it.
seeing you.
Thank you.
Motion the order's been complied with?
Laura, it's good to see you.
Second. Good seeing you, Laura.
Tanya? Thank you. Motion on the floor is the order's been complied with. Roll call. Counselor Tomlin.
Yes.
Counselor Jordan.
Yes.
Counselor Powell. Yes. Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, yes. Let's make the final motion.
Motion adjourned.
Second.
Motion made and second to adjourn. All those in favor, any
Aye.
opposed? We are now adjourned.